After 45 years, the Development Academy of the Philippines has much to be proud of. From its small but ambitious beginnings in 1973, the DAP has grown even beyond its founding fathers' vision and expectations. Over the years, the DAP was led by these men and women whose values, passion, and innovative ideas have greatly contributed to its growth. Their competent leadership laid the foundation for the DAP's place in history. Initially, the DAP was created to train career executive service officers in government. Later, the mandate has also included strategic and policy-oriented research and idea generation, in essence being the think tank for the government. It was a good connection. What started out as small ideas have today become institutions in themselves. They were innovations that identified needs and offered solutions, and which now continue to serve the public in many different ways. The DAP's early training and education programs for government executives were also unique and legendary. They can largely be credited for a bureaucracy that has remained professional, competent, neutral, even through numerous administration changes. The DAP also contributed to national productivity and introduced the concept of wiser use of resources for better results. It was instrumental in helping local governments rise above the disasters that hit them. Today, with its cutting-edge training and education programs, the DAP not just develops high-potential executives and managers, it is also molding transformative leaders in the public sector. Leaders who are quietly and efficiently responding to people's needs.
We need to open up our graduate school to visiting professors from abroad, and also to take advantage of the technical experts coming from the APO countries of which we are a member.
The DAP continues to help the government become more effective by pushing for the results-based performance management system, which ensures that the President's vision and goals for the country are implemented correctly. In 2015, the Philippines was recognized by the APO as the Center of Excellence for Public Sector Productivity, mainly because of the programs built to streamline processes and make service client-focused. Eventually, the public can expect shorter lines and quicker service, while keeping a low profile and being content to work in the background. The DAP remains relevant and sensitive to the public's needs and expectations.
DAP, as a knowledge institution, is a solutions provider. DAP as an institution is exactly what our bureaucracy needs at this time. An institution that creates the best ideas for our bureaucracy to work. And that is exactly what we need in governance. Unless there is such an institution, we do not expect change to come automatically.
After 45 years, DAP's founding fathers must really be smiling.
Good morning! We will begin the second day of the forum at 9 a.m. Please check your audio and video settings. Ensure your Zoom app is updated for optical performance, especially during breakout discussions. Please, everyone, check if your audio and video are working well for our discussions. Inform us using the Zoom and the YouTube chat box. Can you hear me well? Please answer yes, not well, or no. Is the screen clear for you? Yes, not well, or no? Or would you need help from our virtual ushers? Yes or no? Okay, for technical issues, Ms. Caroline Codilla and Ms. Mary Ann Mayo are available in Zoom, and Mr. Pedrito Garcia and Ms. Vina Takbobo on YouTube. Email us at aido@dap.edu.ph if needed. Let us make today's session as smooth and engaging as the first day. Thank you.
When uploading your photos on social media, we encourage you to use the hashtag GQMP2023 to enable better engagement in our respective social media profiles. The presentation materials for the forum and additional program information, such as speaker profiles, will be available via a shared Google Drive folder, which will be accessible by the end of the forum. Please refer to the screen and the chat box for the link.
All participants, whether joining via the Zoom or YouTube platform, will receive an electronic certificate of attendance for the forum. To be eligible to receive an electronic certificate, please ensure you complete the registration for attendance and the evaluation form provided by the DAP project team. Your active participation and feedback are greatly appreciated. Kindly take a moment to log your attendance using the link provided on the screen or available in the chat box for your convenience. The information you provide in the attendance form will be utilized to generate your electronic certificate of attendance. Ensure the correct spelling of your name to prevent any delays in the issuance of your electronic certificate.
We also request everyone to please type your identification using the format agency space name. Again, use the format agency space name in the YouTube chat box and rename in Zoom, so we may properly acknowledge you during the discussions. This event is being recorded. Please be assured that the Development Academy of the Philippines highly values the confidentiality of your personal and organizational information. By engaging in this webinar, you acknowledge and consent to the potential use of the information by the DAP for documentation and promotional purposes in line with legal and regulatory data protection standards. And to ensure a smooth and respectful virtual environment, let us watch this webinar etiquette video, and your cooperation in adhering to these guidelines is greatly appreciated. Thank you in advance.
Of performance excellence. Tangible results speak louder than words. Imagine experiencing government services that are not just good, but exceptional.
Upon checking po sa library portal, there are several research that I can truly use po in my study.
They're very helpful. If you want some assistance, they'll help you readily. The staff are very kind.
So, very fast yung service, and then mababait din yung mga kausap ko dito. In less than 30 minutes, okay na ako.
Here's the exciting part. That vision is now turning into a reality. Recent satisfaction surveys portray a vivid picture of progress, a statement to the positive impact of improvement initiatives in the public sector. Reforms are being felt not only by the citizens, but also by the business community. A contributory factor to achieving these improvements is the widespread adoption of ISO 9001 quality management system significantly. By virtue of Executive Order Number 605, the Government Quality Management Program, or the GQMP, was established, institutionalizing the structure, mechanisms, and standards to implement the program. The GQMP aligns with Ambisyon Natin 2040, the country's long-term vision of a matatag, maginhawa, and panatag na buhay, to boost public service performance through the adoption of ISO 9001 quality management systems in government agencies. GQMP helps improve and strengthen quality and productivity across the government sector. It focuses on three key components: development of a government quality management system standards, implementation of advocacy and capability building, and certification of agencies' organizational management system to government quality management system standard. Since 2008, numerous beneficiary agencies have been assisted by the Development Academy of the Philippines as lead in the advocacy and capability building component of the GQMP.
We would like to express our gratitude to DAP for continuously providing training and education to partner agencies, particularly LGUs. Mandali yung is a manifestation of this, the quality training that was given to us. It became the basis of quality service. It enhanced the services that is being given by the 39 offices.
The adoption of QMS and the subsequent attainment of ISO 9001 certification has enabled government agencies to achieve their objectives by gaining a renewed understanding of their customers' requirements and operational processes. Going beyond QMS, the GQMP has taken significant leaps in its priorities by advancing quality improvement initiatives, equipping government agencies with systems improvement mechanisms, harmonizing the delivery of public services and promoting best practices, and effectively planning for and addressing risks and opportunities on the establishment, expansion, and harmonization of ISO 9001 QMS.
Very thankful ang National Library sa DAP dahil doon sa assistance na i-share niya sa amin ay nakatulong talaga. Before, meron na talaga kaming risk management procedure. But because of this, parang mas napadali yung pag-finalize namin nung risk management procedure ng National Library of the Philippines.
Grateful and thankful lalo na po sa mga staff po ng DAP. Kasi talaga yung patience nila sa amin grabe. Tsaka yung learnings iba talaga. Kahit gaano kalalim ba yung words, parang kaya na namin siyang intindihin or mas madali na namin siyang maintindi.
GQMP stands at the forefront of revolutionizing government services, adopting a people-centric approach. It calls on the public sector to proactively listen to emerging citizen preferences, identify core drivers of citizen satisfaction, and develop and improve the design of systems and frontline services. The goal is to ensure enhanced and customized public service delivery reflected in the service quality standards. This is the essence of what the Government Quality Management Program brings. A commitment to a government that not only works better, but serves better. A government that stands shoulder to shoulder with the best in the world, leading the way with quality management to better serve the citizens. Join the hashtag QMSGovPH and be part of the QMS practitioners in government. For more information on the GQMP, reach us through website, Facebook, and email.
Welcome to the second day of the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum and Government Best Practice Recognition, Psqpif and Gbpr 2023.
This year's Psqpif, under the theme Leading the Way with Quality Management to Better Serve the Citizens, or in Filipino, Nangunguna sa Pamamahala na Kalidad tungo sa mas mahusay na serbisyo sa mamamayan, aligns with the Government Quality Management Program's mission.
I am Ivy Lizelle H. Binluan.
And I am Edmond G. Legua from the Productivity and Development Center of the Development Academy of the Philippines. We are honored to be your host today. Lizelle, before we commence, we would like to replay the message from His Excellency President Ferdinand Bongbong R. Marcos Jr. for your appreciation. Marcos, and it sets the tone of the session on the value of quality service delivery in the government, which is consistent with the GQMP's 15 years of promoting ISO 9001 QMS best practices and quality improvement tools to enhance government service efficiency, manage risks, and ensure resilience.
We are now on the third segment of the forum, which is about broadening quality improvements through QMS implementation. It focuses
All right, we apologize to everyone for a technical difficulty that we are encountering, and we really appreciate the message conveyed by the president, by our president, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. It sets the tone of the session on the value of quality service delivery in the government, which is again consistent to the GQMP's 15 years of promoting ISO 9001 QMS, best practices, and quality improvement tools to enhance government service efficiency, manage risks, and ensure resilience. Also, I think we had an issue in playing the etiquette video a while ago. So let's try to watch it now.
We are now on the third segment of the forum, which is about broadening quality improvements through QMS implementation. It focuses on government agencies sharing their experiences in QMS implementation, from initial ISO 9001 QMS adoption to continuous efforts to enhance operations and service delivery. Our first presentation is on ISO 9001 certification, the Malaysia experience. To prime this discussion on the Malaysia experience, can you share in our chat boxes any prior encounters or familiarity you have had with the quality management system in your organization's journey?
I think we have responses from our Zoom participants and YouTube participants.
One participant said, I am part of the QMS audit team. Another participant said, we have attended the training course on ISO 9001 requirements. And another participant said, we are certified already and it is our second cycle of audit this month. How about from our YouTube participants?
Yes, Miss Lisel. So let's check the responses first from our YouTube participants. All right. Okay, I think responses are still coming in. Let us know your responses. Our dear participants, please type it on our chat boxes, both in Zoom and on YouTube. All right, so we have the response from one of our participants. We just finished the management review.
Wow.
Another participant said, this is included in the core team. We also have a response from our YouTube participants. We just attended the training course on audit and we are looking for a root cause analysis course that we can attend. Thank you so much for your responses from our participants both in Zoom and on YouTube.
With your insights, let's use it as a backgrounder for the first presentation. We are fortunate to have our speaker, none other than the Director of the Technology Section, Productivity and Competitiveness Development Division of the Malaysia Productivity Corporation. Please welcome Deputy Director General Muhammad Nurjayadi Tamam. Dr. Muhammad Nurjayadi B. Tamam is a trained advisor specifically in the area of productivity and quality, or P&Q, enhancement program through technology and automation. His current responsibilities is to ensure the successful implementation of the Malaysia Productivity Blueprint, or MPB, by coordinating, monitoring, and evaluating implementation of productivity strategies by both the public and private sector. At the Delivery Management Office, he worked closely with the 11 Productivity Nexus to spearhead the productivity roles to propel Malaysia to become an advanced economy and inclusive nation. Together with DMO's dedicated team and the 11 Productivity Nexus, he contributes to the successful implementation of initiatives related to encouraging adoption of digital technology among businesses. He played a key role in the implementation of initiatives such as Business Virtual Advisory Services, or BVAS, MyReskill Industrial Internet of Things, and Productivity Improvement Program to encourage adoption of digital technology among the businesses. Everyone, let's give Director Dr. Muhammad Nurjayadi Tamam a virtual round of applause.
Thank you. I'm for the MCs for the generous introduction of me. Assalamualaikum and magandang umaga kayong lahat. I hope I pronounce it correctly. And good morning from Malaysia. Esteemed guests, distinguished panel speakers, and fellow participants. I've been informed there are also participants from private sector. Even though our topic is mostly focusing on public sector, But on behalf of MPC, Malaysia Productivity Corporation, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Productivity and Development Center of Development Academy of Philippines, DAP, for organizing this Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum, Psqpif. And we are honored to be part of this esteemed gathering and to have this opportunity to share our limited experience in implementing the quality management system in the Malaysian public sector. And the DAP's commitment to promoting productivity and quality improvement in the Philippine public sector is truly commendable. And we are inspired with your efforts to foster a culture of excellence within the government institution. And we believe that sharing knowledge is the best, and the best practices across borders is essential for continuous improvement. And we are delighted to contribute our experience on the QMS implementation in this forum. Malaysia has been on a journey of QMS implementation for over a decade. And we have witnessed first-hand and transformative impact of adopting systematic and structured approaches to quality management system. And we have learned a valuable lesson along the way. And we are eager to share this insight with the participants for this forum. In my next slide, the making Malaysia productive is not just a goal, it's a collective responsibility between the various government agencies. That's why we believe that in the next slide on this productivity framework, we'd like the next slide, please. Next slide, we'll explain the productivity framework on the GDP growth, highlight the purpose, why, for the organization to implement this QMS is to improve their productivity, to improve their service quality, which at the end of the day will contribute to the nation's prosperity. That's why in this framework, actually, the three important components, which is the source of growth, the value generation, and GDP. And the value generation actually requires three-factor productivity on business environment, technology, and talent to be efficient. And then based on this model, we believe that the production process efficiency at the productivity nexus, or we call it at sectoral level, led by the industry, MSME, micro, small, and medium enterprises, and state and regional level will determine the output and GDP. The QMS implementation also crucial in this framework. For the government, it's about improving service delivery to the citizens. And for the businesses, even though QMS is about business decision, it's important to improve the customer satisfaction, reduce costs, and improve efficiency. I will divide my presentation into two main areas. The first one is more to highlight why we need the QMS. And the second part will be on the benefits of the QMS based on Malaysia experience, embarking on numbers of projects. And we hope that this can become the insightful information for both public and private sector, how they look at this QMS and how it can improve their process efficiency. In Malaysia, we always hear that for private sector, the adoption of ISO, the QMS, is about business decisions because it's a voluntarily for them. But for government sector, it's a compulsory for them. It's a part of the initiative by the government to push to improve their efficiency and productivity. Next slide, please. The productivity is important for the success and sustainability for any operation, regardless the public or private sector. It is about efficiency, managing resources in the operation to ensure the cost at minimum level. Even though as the government agency, our operation is based on government funding, but productivity mindset focus will improve the service delivery. Our sales activity for government agency is more to providing services to the citizens. And in the process to achieve higher service quality delivery, QMS play an important role, and waste is the productivity enemy and will contribute to the cost. Therefore, QMS once again plays an important role to address this by implementing continuous improvement activities. In public sector, our role is to ensure the business can operate their business efficiently. And by reducing the unnecessary regulatory burden to the business, skills and competency are also important factor in productivity. And by having high skills and competency, if in the government sector, it will contribute to the higher quality of works and subsequently for higher chances for career progressions. The perspective of this productivity framework is applied and applicable for both public and private sector. It's just how you define it, the component that contribute to this productivity. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister launched the Economy Madani in 2023, just recently, which aims to transform Malaysia into a more prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable economy. It is based on the belief that economic growth should be balanced with social and environmental well-being. On the aspiration is one of the aspirations under this Economy Madani is to position Malaysia as a 12th competitive nation in 2030. And Malaysia used to be ranked at a 10th position in the World Competitiveness Ranking in 2010. And the position start to decline. And this year, it shows the improving trend to 27 compared to 32 position in 2022 last year. And to reclaim the 12th position by 2033, this requires a comprehensive and strategic approach and improving public service delivery performance through the implementation of QMS will contribute to the achievement of this aspiration. QMS actually serves as a catalyst for transformative change within our public sector. It's not merely a procedural framework, but a commitment to excellence, efficiency, and responsiveness. And we believe that by embracing QMS, we aim to enhance the overall quality and effectiveness of our public service, thereby bolstering our competitiveness on the global economic stage. Next slide, please. Examining the performance gaps that have emerged over the years in the key indicators in our national economic vitality. The data from World Competitiveness Ranking, WCR by IMD, highlighting the shifts in our 4 pivotal factors in the WCR between 2010 and 2023. In terms of the economic performance, as you can see from the slide there, Malaysia has maintained a resilient position, moving from 8th position in 2010 to commendable 7th position in 2023. And this underscores our nation's ability to navigate the challenges of a dynamic global economy. However, our journey is marked by distinct challenges as we explore the performance gaps in government efficiency, business efficiency, and infrastructure. Government efficiency reveals a significant gap. Malaysia, which once ranked at a 9th position in 2010, has slipped to 29 in 2023. And this decline signals an urgent need for a comprehensive review and enhancement of our public sector efficiency and effectiveness to ensure it's aligned with the demands of the rapidly changing global scenario. A striking shift is observed in business efficiency, where Malaysia, once positioned 4th in a place in 2010, has experienced considerable drop, you can say, in 2023 for the 32 position. And this emphasizes the imperative for businesses to adapt also and innovate, addressing evolving global landscape to regain their competitive edge. Again, here, QMS plays an important role, and there is an indicator related to these management practices under the sub-indicator, which relate the implementation of the QMS in the private sector. Okay, next slide, please. Malaysia Public Service on ISO 9001 implementation begins with the Perkeliling Kemajuan Perkhidmatan Awam, PKPA number 2 in 1996. Perkeliling means the public service circular on the implementation of ISO, which serves as a guiding beacon for the public sector. This circular actually laid the groundwork for the establishment of the quality management system based on MS ISO 9001-1994, reflecting a pivotal moment in the recognizing the importance of standardized quality practices of government services. And in 2002, the Surat Perkeliling Kemajuan Perkhidmatan Awam or Public Service Circular Letter number 2 took the commitment further, providing the guide for the implementation of the MS ISO 9000-2000. And this actually marked a significant step towards aligning our public sector with international quality standards, demonstrating a proactive stance of enhancing service delivery. And fast forward to 2010, the letter from Director General of Malaysian Administrative and Modernization Management Planning Unit, MAMPU, marks another government commitment and decisions to quality with a guide for MS 9000-2008 implementation. This actually showcased a continued effort to adapt and refine the quality management practices to stay relevant in the changing landscape. And the most recent chapter in the ISO 9001 certification journey unfolded in January 2018 with the Public Service Transformation Circular number 1/2018. This circular introduced a manual of the implementation of MS ISO 9001-2015, underlining our commitment to staying abreast for the latest international standards. It reflects our unwavering dedication to continuous improvement and aligning our public service with highest benchmarks. In essence, these circulars actually encapsulate the narrative of growth, adaptability, and relentless to pursue the excellence in the Malaysian public sector. And the journey from 1996 to 2018 highlights the commitment to quality management, ensuring that the services is not only made but exceed the expectation of the citizens served. Okay, next slide, please. In recognizing the pivotal role of QMAs, we are embarking on a journey to implement this system not only at the federal level, but also extending its reach to the state and local council as well. In Malaysia, we have 3 levels of government, which is a federal, a state, and a local government. And this strategic decision reflects the dedication to fostering a culture of quality, continuous improvement in every aspect of government services. These 3 levels of governments actually, it's a challenges to ensure consistency and standardized procedure, because these 3 levels of government, when come to the operationalize of the service delivery, the implementation might have challenges, because at the different level, there might be a different interpretation, and which affecting the service quality at the ground level. This is very important and pertinent when the government agencies have the QMS. They can ensure that the interpretation and service delivery as what has been defined at the federal or higher level of operations. And traditionally, course, the implementation of a QMS has been associated with larger organizational structures. And by extending this QMS implementation to state and local levels, as I mentioned, we are ensuring that the benefits of standardized quality practices reach every corner of our nation. In doing so, we are also fostering a harmonized approach to governance, ensuring the principles of quality management are ingrained in every tier of government. This not only enhance the overall effectiveness of public service delivery, but also creates a seamless experience for the citizen regardless their geographical location. In the integration of QMS across federal, state, and local council, it's not just a procedural shift, it's a paradigm shift in how we perceive and execute the public service. It signifies actually a commitment to accountability, drive efficiency, and the dedication to meeting the needs of our citizens with the highest standards. Next slide, please. I'd like to share insight into the fundamental principles that guide the implementation of the quality management system in the Malaysian context. These principles form actually the bedrock of the public service commitment to deliver the public service of the high quality and efficiency. And you can see at the center of this approach is the relationship management. It's about fostering collaboration and understanding among different levels of government agencies, and most importantly, with the people that we serve. And by prioritizing the relationship management, we aim to create a more cohesive and responsive governance structure on this QMS. And customer focus is another cornerstone that this means placing the needs and call the expectation of our diverse population at the forefront. With 33 million population in Malaysia, citizens are not just recipients of services, but they are also partners in progress. And by staying tuned to their needs, we ensure that our services is not only effective, but also reflective of this diverse requirement of our society. And evidence-based decision-making is crucial. A data-driven approach in QMS will ensure that our decisions are not only informed, but also aligned with our ever-evolving needs of our nation. In my next slide, after this, I will explain about how the harnessing of the powers of information that drive the impactful, meaningful changes. And the implementation of QMS also is driven by the leadership. Leadership plays an important role. In public service, it's not just a top-down approach, but a collaborative and inclusive efforts. It's about inspiring and guiding at every level of governance. And engagement of people in organization is also a key principle. Engaging people means recognizing and valuing the unique contribution of each individual. It's about creating an environment where every public service employee feels a sense of ownership and pride of the services they provide. And serving the citizen is their priority. Of course, it's based on the transparent procedure which they can share publicly to the citizens. The principle of continuous improvement is important for the public service to ensure that the services remain at the forefront. Continuous improvement platforms such as small group activities and QCs. In Malaysia, we have a platform, for example, in public sector, we have, for example, now we call it the Innovative and Creative Circles, ICC. Previously in MPC, we are promoting the quality control circles in the early 1980s, which promoting the continuous improvement culture in both public and private sector. And of course, in the principle, the risk management is an essential principles. In a world of uncertainties, this principle is about proactively identifying and mitigating risks to ensure the resilience of our public service. This is a commitment to safeguarding the interests and well-being of our citizens. Lastly, the process approach is fundamental. The public service recognizes the interconnectedness of their actions. Adopting the process approach means viewing our services as a series of interrelated processes and ensuring efficiency and effectiveness in every step. So in service delivery for the public sector, it's about continually improving their processes to meet the customer expectation. Next slide, please. Okay, next I'd like to share the how we transfer the quality management practices into our activity, our program. In MPC, our focus, our objective is to improve productivity, which at the end will contribute to the economic prosperous and economic growth and the prosperity of our citizens in Malaysia. And just to share with the members of attendees of this forum, the case study here is that exemplifies our commitment through the quality management system in the Malaysian context. The spirit of QMS in a public service is to continuously improve service delivery to the customer. As I highlighted repeatedly during this session, and MPC, our roles on this together with we collaborate actually, as I mentioned in the principles. The collaborative approach is very important. That's why together with Malaysian Royal Customs, improving the process of licensed manufacturing warehouse, LMW, which previously required 3 days for approval. Even though it's just 3 days, but due to this 3 days waiting time, actually it's affect the industry in terms of their next process. And recognizing the needs of the transformative change, actually we have undertaken a significant initiative to shift the LMW application process from manual submission to a digital platform called the Smart GPB system. And this digital transformation actually aligned with principles of QMS, particularly the evidence-based decision-making and process approach. Before we embark on this project, actually the most important thing is we collecting a data to highlight the issues on the ground. And after that, we propose the recommendation. Based on the plan, do, check, and action approach, actually we adopt this approach in the project. And by digitizing the LMW application process, we are harnessing the power of data and technology to streamline the operations, reduce manual errors, and ensure a more efficient and transparent system. Moreover, the implementation of risk-based approach for custom clearance, actually a strategy aligned with the risk management principle. By adopting this approach, the government agency prioritized the resource base on the level of risk, expediting the processes for lower risk applications and providing more focused attention to higher risk cases. And this not only enhances the speed of custom clearance, but also ensures a more effective allocation of resources. The transformation of LMW application process is more than just a digitization efforts. It's a strategic move that embraces the principle of a quality management system to address productivity challenges. And through the evidence-based decision-making, a risk-based approach and commitment to continuous improvement, it will contribute to a RM Malaysia 139 million reduction in regulatory compliance on the business year. And the project actually is benefits more than 2,000 LMW companies in northern region previously and going to expand it to further region. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, another case study I'd like to share is on the success of QMS spirit for continuous improvement in government agency is at Kulim, Kedah, also in northern region of Malaysia, where a remarkable transformation has taken place in the efficiency of obtaining construction permits. As we all aware that for the government agency, for every development project in Malaysia, there are multiple government agencies involved. And due to this situation, there is delays in terms of approval of this industrial development project. So before the year of 2020, the process of obtaining permits and licenses from a planning approval to factory operation in Kulim, Kedah, Malaysia took an average of 24 months. And recognizing the need for the change, a concerted effort was made to streamline this process and reduce the time it takes for businesses to become fully operational. The results are astounding, and the time frame has been drastically reduced to just 10 months. And then that's why we call this project as an E10 project, Express 10, and marking a substantial improvement in efficiency to enhance the business environment in Malaysia. The key success factor in this transformation include the collaborative innovation, where stakeholders across various sectors collaborated to identify the bottlenecks and propose the innovative solution. Regulatory experimentation played a crucial role, allowing for the testing of the new approaches and process to identify the most effective and efficient methods. This approach, actually, we call it the RE, regulatory experimentation, is a pilot project. Our approach is in many improvement projects that we embark on. We highlighting the importance of approach which is related to this regulatory experimentation or the pilot project. And then from there, once we identify the challenges, once we can see the result, then we can scale up to the other state. And now the spirit of this E10 has been scaled up further to the other state in Malaysia. For example, in Johor, we already start what we call this Kulai fast lane. And just recently in Malacca, they also emulate the same approach to improve the efficiency, reviewing the process of approval by introducing the call it the Malacca in Booster to make sure that the process between the local government agency in approval of the industrial project is faster and more streamlined. So this is the spirit of the QMS, which we translate to the implementation on the ground. But I will explain later in the next slide on the challenges as well. Next slide, please. Okay, just another case study. The Malaysia experience on this QMS is on the transformative program that designed as a form of regulatory experimentation as well to improve the education attainment performance and address the shortage of workers in critical sectors through academy in industry, or AII, we call it. AII is a program which involve the collaborative efforts between the government, industry, and academia. AII embraces the triple helix model and fostering the synergy among the key stakeholders to collectively address the challenges related to talent development. And the key important experience that we learned from this project, actually, how we design and then how we identify the problem, propose the improvement, and then come out with the recommendation with the new improved process, new reviewed process. And we design that together with the respective agencies and ministries involved. And from there, actually, they continuously improve the process. And through, right now, we can see that our approach is slightly different compared to previously. Okay, in the early implementation of our roles as a P&Q, productivity and quality organization, our approach as a consultant is slightly different compared to now. Previously, we have to hand-holding the organization based on the consultancy approach. But right now, we are employing the strategy which, together with the government agency, with the industry, we sit down together with them, and then we're not merely hand-holding them, but more to provide advisory, advocacy, and provide them with the assistance required. So that's why this engagement, actually, we have a strong support from the industry and the government agency. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, next, I'd like to share another experience that illustrates our commitment in addressing productivity challenges through the principles of QMS in the Malaysian context. My GP portal is a transformative portal which purpose to strengthen and improving the public service sectors and making them more agile, responsive, and characterized by the integrity in delivery. The MyGP portal, creating a more business-friendly environment in Malaysia, its core objective is to provide a platform for all the government agencies to share their process, their guidelines transparently through this portal. And actually, by leveraging the technology, the delivery of public service through the MyGP portal provide a collective effort platform for the government agency and the foreign industry to adapt and innovate, ensuring that the services is not just up to par with the international standards, but also responsive to the evolving needs of businesses and consumers. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the government, strategy to promote the QMS actually. The strategy to promote the QMS, there are 5 important points. The first one is government circulars and directive. Our experience in Malaysia, as I highlighted earlier in my presentation, we did review, we did improve the implementation. Of course, it's based on the international standard as well. And by providing this official guidance, the government will provide the official circulars when it comes to the reviewing and the encouraging the implementation of the QMS. And actually, they also act as a compass, if I can say, as to guide the organization to align their operation with the principles of quality management. And then, of course, related to audit, the strategy to promote the QMS is through a certification audit. And of course, for those who first time to adopt this QMS, the government did also provide assistance by providing the capabilities training for them from the basic training related to understanding of QMS, auditing, and the implementation documentation. It also is part of government responsibility to provide this knowledge for the government agency to embark on this QMS. And we also highlighting the QMS on this concern or focus on the integrity and transformation plan. And the integrating QMS into the integrity and transformation plan is a strategic move. The quality management system is synonymous with integrity and becomes a driving force for a positive transformation. And of course, the management review process is also important strategy to promote the QMS and sustainability of this approach in the organization. It required the continuous review in order to ensure their process, the activities are relevant with the current needs, current challenges. And of course, the continuous improvement initiative. That's why, as I mentioned, MPC previously, we also embark on this quality improvement initiative, the culture of Kaizen, and then that's why through the innovative and creative circles in Malaysia, we also have these innovation awards to encourage that the public sector improve their process based on the spirit of QMS. Okay, next slide. The challenges. I believe that similar with other countries, we're having difficulties or challenges related to awareness and understanding, because they are unable to internalize the spirit of QMS, which related to continuous improvement and looking at the process, and at the end is to improve the efficiency for the service delivery. And to overcome this, actually, the government agency designed the program and education and outreach program to ensure that they understand the main objective of the ISO implementation and integration with existing initiative. Some of them also concerned about there are too many initiatives inside their organization, inside their department actually. That's why it's very important for them to recognize the needs of seamless integration to avoid duplication efforts. And the strategy is, of course, involve the approach to align QMS principles with the ongoing initiative. And this is part of the challenges and how we address it. And then the diverse stakeholders' expectation on the QMS, and because due to the diverse background with varied expectation, which cause the different expectation on this QMS implementation. And the resistance of change is one of the challenges. It's a natural part of any transformative journey. We understand that. And We also acknowledge this challenge and investing in a change management strategy through clear communication, education, and involving stakeholders in the decision-making process. And some other issue, for example, legacy system and process, they already inherit the process from their predecessor, and this actually is a challenges for them to change it. But with QMS, actually, we have the structured approach, how we can improve this. And sustainability of initiative is another issues. This QMS required, of course, in terms of budget, they need to allocate budget for the training, for the certification, for internal quality audit, and some other processes involved to ensure the sustainability of these QMS. Okay, related to data security and privacy concerns as well. And next slide, the moving forward. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Psqpif forum, as we look to the future, it's crucial to underscore the pivotal role of quality management system that will play a shaping the landscape of governance and service delivery in Malaysia. For the path forward, actually, we believe that the government commitment is crucial. The commitment integrating QMS principles into the policy is not merely a choice, it's a strategic imperative. For the business community, yes, it's a business decision, but for the government agency, it's very important. This commitment actually enhance the efficiency, transparency, and overall delivery of public service. By focusing on QMS in the implementation of policies, and we are laying the foundation for more streamlined, accountable, and citizen-centric governance. And sustainable success through continuous improvement in a quality management system comes from the dedication to continuous improvement. The collaboration, as I shared through some of our experience to assist to improve the process in the government agency, for example, project related to E10, project related to what do you call academy in industry, and the other project, as I mentioned earlier, is another example. The collaboration and knowledge sharing among the public sector is the driving force behind our journey, our experience in the MPC experience, the QMS implementation. And we believe that by fostering a culture of learning and adaptation, QMS contribute in ensure the initiative evolve with the changing needs of our citizens and dynamic landscape of governance. And governance service quality as a catalyst, and we believe that improving the quality of government services is not just an end of itself, it's a catalyst for a broader socio-economic transformation. The commitment to quality actually attracts the private sector engagement, stimulates investment, and ultimately enhance productivity. These collective efforts, we believe that can propel us towards the achievement and aspiration to become the 12th competitive nation. And then in order for us to in line with the trajectory, QMS is very important. And in my conclusions, ladies and gentlemen, the path forward is illuminated by the unwavering commitment of our government, the principles of continuous improvement, collaboration, and the recognition that service quality is the bedrock of the national progress. And as we move forward, let us collectively strive on the implementation of the QMS. And we believe that the QMS is not just integrated in the policies, but are embedded in the ethos of the government and propelling us towards a future of excellence and prosperity. With that, I'd like to wish the participants to this forum to have a fruitful and insightful session. And thank you for providing this opportunity and for us in MPC to share our limited experience related to the benefits of ISO 9001 implementation in the public sector. With that, thank you.
All right, Lizelle, we extend our gratitude from all of our participants from Zoom. We have, I think, 700 participants from Zoom and 100 participants in YouTube. We appreciate also Director Dr. Muhammad Norjayadi Tamam for sharing the ISO 9001 certification, the Malaysia experience. We definitely learned a lot. Let us give him a virtual round of applause. To our dear participants, we encourage you to share this forum with your friends and colleagues. It is not too late for them to join and benefit from the insights from our presentations. The more diverse perspectives we have, the richer our discussions become.
You're right, Eds. Up next is our speaker from the local government unit of Baguio. To get you all excited, let us have this question. Thinking about your current work environment, how has technology already impacted or transformed the way quality management systems are implemented or managed in your organizations?
All right, I hope our participants, Ms. Lizelle, are ready or already answering your questions through our chat boxes. So let us wait for them to give their responses through our Zoom chat box and YouTube chat box. This is for us to also interact with them.
Eds, may I repeat the question for them?
Mhm.
Okay, so again, thinking about your current work environment, how has technology already impacted or transformed the way quality management system or QMS are implemented or managed in your organization?
All right, I think our participants are taking their time for their responses. So we have a response from our Zoom participants. Sa amin po, traditional paper-based systems have been replaced by digital documentation and record-keeping system.
Wow, that's good. We are using cloud-based documents and record storage. Wow,
That's an innovation also. We also have a response here from our Zoom participants. With the rise of mobile technology, we can now perform tasks related to quality management from anywhere. That is right. Lalo na po sa iba't ibang branches and regions.
We are also waiting for some responses in our YouTube. So to our YouTube participants, please join our discussion.
I think we have a response from our YouTube participants, and he said that technology has helped us develop and deliver or the delivery of digital training programs for the beneficiaries of our programs.
Another response, analytics tools help us process our customer satisfaction results. That makes it easier.
Thank you very much for your responses, our dear participants. We are grateful to have Attorney Leticia O. Clemente, City Budget Officer of the Local Government Unit of Baguio. Her presentation will focus on leveraging technology for smarter quality management system. Attorney Leticia O. Clemente is a certified public accountant and a lawyer. She is currently the City Budget Officer of Baguio City and chairperson of the Local Finance Committee, primarily responsible for the allocation of resources and budget of the city. She is also recognized trainer of the Government Procurement Policy Board or GPPB and the current president of the City Government of Baguio's Association of Cities Executives. In 2017, she was designated as the Local Economic Development and Investment Promotions Officer in charge of fostering a favorable climate for investments and local economic development in the city. Attorney Clemente is also Baguio City's focal person to the United Cities and local governments in the Asia Pacific, World Smart Sustainable Cities Organization, and the UNESCO Creative Cities Network or UCCN. She is the current president of the Association of Budget Administrators in the Cordillera Administrative Region, as well as the Philippine League of Local Budget Officers in Luzon. She was also the former president of Philbo National. Everyone, let's give attorney Leticia O. Clemente a virtual round of applause. Good morning,
Good
attorney
morning.
Clemente.
Good
Yes
morning,
po.
everyone, and thank you so much for that generous introduction. I am sharing my screen, and in behalf of our mayor, Benchi Magalong, I am honored to share with you Baguio City's ICT initiatives for better delivery of public services to our constituents. Before anything else, and to start off, may I give a brief profile of the city. As you may know, Baguio City prides itself as the summer capital of the Philippines and a highly urbanized city, a prime tourist destination with a recorded tourist arrivals of 1,042,309 for 2022. Of course, this is slightly lower than our tourist arrivals before the pandemic, but it is slowly picking up. It is also an educational center and a UNESCO Creative City of Crafts and Folk Arts. Baguio is also recognized as one of the 10 next wave cities in the Philippines, an ICT hub that serves as a preferred IT BPO investment destination. In fact, it houses an economic processing zone that contributes $1.1 billion of exports. And we have about 37 locator enterprises. And as a smart city, Baguio uses ICT to improve operational efficiency, share information with the public, and provide a better quality of government service and citizen welfare. This year, during the city's evaluation or the CMCI, Baguio ranked 13th place on innovation out of 33 highly urbanized cities in the Philippines. It ranked first on the following innovation indicators: ICT plan, ICT use by using the electronic business permits licensing software, and online payment facilities. Baguio also realizes the important role of technology in making cities and communities smarter, safer, and more livable. The use of technology for the delivery of services increases efficiency and minimizes errors, which make day-to-day transactions simpler and easier for both the city and its constituents. With this in mind, the city has put in place several systems and tools to make public services closer and more convenient to its clients. So these initiatives are anchored on people-centered development with the city's constituents' well-being as the priority. The Smart City Command Center operations started in September 2018 with the goal of centralizing and streamlining all city operations to make quick and well-informed decisions in a variety of situations. This is a major advancement for Baguio City Services for both locals and visitors. And to know more of this project, let's watch this video.
Baguio, our gem in the mountains, has not only risen from the challenges of the past, but has ascended to new heights as a smart city, a beacon of innovation and sustainability. Baguio City has ventured into a transformative journey, embracing the smart city vision. It's not just about progress, it's about preserving what makes Baguio unique. Join us as we take smart steps towards a more sustainable and connected future. Delve into a breath of fresh innovation with our air quality monitoring system, where technology meets clean air, tracking pollutants in real time to pave the way for a healthier tomorrow. Breathe easy and live better. It's not just about tracking pollutants in the air. It's about identifying the culprits and implementing swift, targeted solutions. Imagine a city where every congested street, every bustling market, and every crowded intersection is under the watchful eyes of our CCTV cameras. This isn't just surveillance. It's a symphony of safety and order, a feat that turns Baguio into the epitome of a smart city. In times of crisis, our 911 emergency line is the lifeline to immediate assistance. Our dedicated emergency response unit, armed with real-time data, ensures a targeted and effective response. Your safety is our top priority as we leverage technology to protect and serve our community. As we journey further into the realm of advanced safety measures, our focus turns to geographic information systems. GIS is a key player in our city's safety strategy, turning data into meaningful patterns for better and informed decision-making. From urban planning to emergency response, GIS serves as a valuable tool for promoting safety across various domains by providing a spatial context for comprehensive and proactive measures. At the heart of our smart city journey lies a team that transforms mere technology into an enduring symphony of progress. They are the guardians of Baguio's technological landscape, ensuring that our smart city not only rises but soars to new heights. Baguio has recently become a benchmark for smart city initiatives. Baguio's commitment to sustainability is evident in environmental initiatives and the preservation of biodiversity. As the sun sets over the smart cityscape, Baguio Smart City emerges not just as a benchmark, but as a beacon of innovation, sustainability, and quality living, with the journey of setting new benchmarks continuing. But the power isn't just in technology. It's in the collective spirit of our community. From citizens to leaders, each one of us is a crucial note in this symphony of progress. Baguio Smart City's journey is a testament to positive change, a city where nature and people thrive together. Let's weave our dreams together and compose a future where every citizen, from the streets to the offices, plays a vital role in making Baguio a shining example of cooperation and progress.
I hope you enjoyed our video, and of course, the journey continues. Next is the Baguio in My Pocket app. For one, this is a centralized portal that allows constituents to access electronic services such as e-government transactions and online payment. Further, the app includes functionality for reporting any type of incident which is directly received at the command center. So this is a work in progress as we intend to integrate all standalone systems into this app. The electronic budgeting, procurement, inventory, and monitoring system, or what we call EBPIMS, is an innovative system that integrates various departments and processes, including planning, budgeting, procurement, inventory management, and project monitoring. By automating government procedures and reducing reliance on paper-based transactions, EBPIMS saves valuable time and resources, enabling the city government to operate faster and efficiently serve its constituents. Next, the Build Pass was created as an initiative of the city to provide a streamlined, client-centered, and speedy process in the issuance of construction permits. With this system, submission and evaluation of documents are done online. This web-based method eliminates interaction of government entities and lessens the number of fixers visiting the office. So we would also like you to view this video to know more about our building permit application services system.
In 2018, the International Finance Corporation reported that in the Philippines, securing a construction permit for a structure requires 23 procedures that took 123 days to complete. This made the Philippine ranking deteriorate at 101st out of 190 countries and still below most ASEAN countries. Now, the local government unit of Baguio, with its vigorous move to provide a streamlined, client-centered, and speedy process in applying for construction permits, created the Building Permit Application Services System. The system converges 4 of the major offices involved in the processing of construction permits. With the system, a virtual space is provided to the applicant, allowing him to submit all requirements of the 4 offices at once and online. The system boasts its capabilities to provide real-time monitoring and tracking of application, real-time messaging between evaluator and applicants, a simultaneous evaluation of offices, one-time assessment, and a minimal face-to-face interaction. Build safe, build smart. Baguio.
Next is our electronic business permit and licensing system. This allows taxpayers to file an application for new and renewal of business permits online. And the presence of the system allows ease of access to information, computerized assessment of fees, taxes, and charges, among others. The city's ICT initiatives were recognized nationally and internationally and bagged several awards and recognitions from various agencies and award-giving bodies. In 2019, the electronic procurement system won first place for the G2W, or Government to the World category, or the Best in eGov Global Competitiveness Award during the Digital Governance Awarding Ceremony organized by the Department of Information and Communications Technology. The City of Baguio also bagged the Excellence in Adoption to Government Initiatives Award given by GCash for immediately stepping up and adopting government directives towards digitization. During the 2021 Digital Governance Awards on LGU's Best Practices on ICT, the city's electronic budgeting, procurement, inventory, and monitoring systems ranked first on Best in Government Internal Operations Award and Invest in COVID-19 Pandemic Response Award with the Baguio Inoculation Digital Application, or what we call the BIDA. With these initiatives in place, the city has continuously providing quality services to its constituents. This, along with the assistance and guidance received from the Development Academy of the Philippines, made the city's ISO 9001-2015 certification seamless. And the city's ISO journey started in May 2021 and was granted the ISO certification in December of 2022. The implementation of a smart quality system further improved the operations of the city government of Baguio. This has been observed through improved service delivery, consistency in operations, data-driven decision-making, transparent and accountable governance, and community trust and confidence. In the implementation of the city's quality management system, a rise in client satisfaction was observed. So this suggests that the organization has made improvements in the quality of its products or services. In addition, higher satisfaction scores often correlate with an increased level of trust and confidence in government processes. As part of its efforts for continuous improvement, the city engages in intercity cooperation to share its experiences and also learn from various local and international partners. These intercity cooperations and benchmarking initiatives helped cities and organizations assess the quality of their services and promote quality improvement initiatives. The city's cooperation initiatives also include its membership to 4 international non-government organizations duly recognized by the United Nations. And these organizations help cities, towns, regions anticipate and respond to complex challenges from rapid urbanization, technological advancements, and climate change to ecosystem degradation and equity. So we have partnerships with the WeGo, ECLE, CityNet, and UCLG. In any opportunity presented, member cities share their best practices, and cities compete not with each other, but with itself. We benchmark with others' best practices to improve ourselves for the good of the community that we serve. We are all facing challenges, and we should prepare for these risks. I believe that everyone shares these obstacles, such as poor connectivity or connectivity issues. We have limited ICT infrastructures. Investing on ICT infrastructure is capital intensive. And as always, we are so limited with funding. Of course, data breaches. We already have our data privacy law, but it needs to be implemented strictly. And innovations may not be welcomed at first, so there's a need for an aggressive IEC and stakeholders engagement. We are determined to fully digitize city government transactions through the BIM, with the objective of bringing closer our services to our constituents. So this is one objective of the city and our ways forward. And we need to continuously streamline our government processes to make it easier for the private sector to transact with the city government. Because of our limited sources of income in the LGUs, our investment plans has prioritized ICT in our annual budget. So we have to increase the percentage of budget for ICT programs. And because of our limited sources of income sourced internally, we are also engaging in public-private partnerships for ICT infrastructure development. One is our urban mobility infrastructure project, where the private sector will manage and help ease the traffic problem in the city. We also intend to strengthen our local and international partnerships as a venue for sharing best practices on ICT. With the city's commitment to continuously provide and improve quality services, the following systems are currently being developed by our in-house programmers. We have our barangay budgeting system, so that the barangays need only to upload to that system their budgets for review by the Office of the Budget, and also with final review and approval by the City Council. We also have the barangay accounting system and the Baguio Animal Care and the Baguio Consolidated Apprehensions Registry. So with all this happening, we hope to do this with less resources on our part, and encourage the private sector to be part of this endeavor. So this is my last slide, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
We would like to express our gratitude to Attorney Leticia O. Clemente for providing an insightful presentation on leveraging technology for smarter QMS. Eds, I think we can certainly benchmark on the approaches of LGU Baguio. Let's give her a virtual round of applause. Our last topic for this segment is about advancing public services, recovery, resilience, and best practices. To start the discussion rolling, think about these questions. When considering the recovery and resilience of public services, what specific challenges or obstacles do you believe can be overcome through the adoption of innovative best practices? Can you recall any standout examples or strategies from your experiences?
All right, Lizelle, let's wait for the responses from our participants. I think they are taking their time, lalo na sa ating mga participants from our Zoom. Yan. So we are waiting for your responses, and this is your time to interact and engage with us. Also sa ating mga participants in YouTube and in Zoom, please type in your answer to our questions in our chat boxes, and it will be great to read those responses from our chat boxes.
That's true, Eds. I'm actually very excited to learn from them.
Mhm.
I also want to hear their sharing of experiences, their challenges and obstacles.
To give them more time, I think we can repeat the question. Again, the questions that we have is number 1, when considering the recovery and resilience of public services, what specific challenges or obstacles do you believe can be overcome? And all right, I think we're experiencing technical difficulties, so please bear with us. All right. Again, the first question, when considering the recovery and resilience of public services,
what specific challenges or obstacles do they believe can be overcome through the adoption of innovative best practices?
Yes, that's right. And the second question, can you recall any standout examples or strategies from your experiences? You can share it again through our chat boxes in Zoom and on YouTube. Okay. So we have a response from our Zoom participants from Mr. Eugene. So the his response is openness to change is the key.
Thank you, Sir Eugene. From ASCAT, MK Flores, digitalization and streamlining of paper-based processes, adaptability to technological change. Thank you.
Also from ASCAT MK Flores, we have streamlining of paper-based. Yeah, that's right. And also adaptability to technological change.
We also have a response from Ginoog City PPO, Rodel Doctor. As an ISO-accredited office, we have been praised by auditors regarding our documentation of office activities and LGU involvements. Wow!
From MMSU KS Miguel, are the applications/e-systems developed po by the employees or outsource expertise po? So it's a question din.
We also have an answer from Ana Maria Palanca. Simplified requirements, budget po. Kapag walang available budget, we cannot proceed with projects.
Very important yung funding talaga. What else do we have in here? Outdated systems and resistance to change can impede the adoption of system processes. Okay, let's have the responses from our YouTube participants. So we have, I just visited Singapore recently and noticed that they have a Smart Nation initiative, leveraging technology to improve various aspects of urban living, including transportation, healthcare, and public services.
Thank you very much for your responses. Hopefully, our speaker for this topic will be relating her presentation from your responses. Our speaker is a director from the Department of Science and Technology. Please welcome Director Annabel V. Briones. Dr. Annabel B. Briones, Director of the Industrial Technology Development Institute, or ITDI, under the Department of Science and Technology, DOST, leads efforts to enhance global competitiveness in local industries through research, technology development, and technical services. With a PhD in engineering from Keio University and a master's in chemistry from the University of Santo Tomas, she is a recognized scientist and career executive service officer in the Philippines. Dr. Briones is an accomplished author, inventor, and received various awards, including the 2019 Women Leader of DOST and the 2020 Gregorio Zara Award for Applied Research. Her notable contributions include the Philippine Mosquito Ovicidal or Larvicidal Trap System, a finalist in the 2016 R&D 100 awards. She was also recognized in the 2021 Asian Scientist 100 list and as one of the 2022 Outstanding Filipino JSPS Fellows. Currently, she oversees DOST projects on virology and anticipates the passage of the VIP bill. Everyone, let's give Director Annabel V. Briones a virtual round of applause.
Greetings to everyone. I want to thank first DAP Productivity and Development Center for inviting me to this forum, the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement and Forum and Government Best Practice, and for allowing me to share what we are doing here at the Department of Science and Technology, Industrial Technology Development Institute. First slide, please. Can I have my slide? Okay, so I will present today the initiatives, solutions, and innovations undertaken by our institute, contributing to improving and advancing the services provided to the public, promoting recovery, building resilience, and adhering to the highest standards of best practices. So these are the topics that I will be tackling today. And I will give you a short overview of who we are and what we do. I will also run through the practical, transparent, accountable, and responsive governance and strategies employed to attain compliance with the government requirements. Herein, I will also briefly discuss the best practices used by our institute in progressing public services. And lastly, we receive awards and certifications from various recognition bodies. Next slide. So ITDI, or the Industrial Technology Development Institute, is an attached agency of the Department of Science and Technology. And next slide. By Executive Order number 128, dated January 30, 1997, the ITDI is specifically mandated to undertake applied research and development on industrial manufacturing, mineral processing, energy, and environment. And it's also mandated to undertake the transfer of research results, undertake technical services mandated by law and as needed by the industry, and conduct training and provide technical advisory and consultancy services. Next slide. ITDI upholds and commits to sound governance principles, including transparency, accountability, efficiency, and citizen engagement. Next slide. So with regards to our compliance to the requirements, specifically, ITDI maintains a transparency seal on our official website. This demonstrates our commitment to transparency, allowing the public to access our agency's information, such as our mandates, functions, financial status, and performances. This also includes information on our budget, financial reports, and procurement plans. In compliance with the Republic Act 11032, or the Law on Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act of 2018, ITDI's Anti-Red Tape Unit, or R2, was created on January 27, 2020. In compliance with Section 1, Rule 3 of the Implementing Rules and Regulations of RA 11032, in accordance with the issued ARTA Memorandum Circular 2020-07, or Guidelines on the Designation of CART, Anti-Red Tape Unit R2 of DOST-ITDI was reorganized to Committee on Anti-Red Tape, or the CART. CART's primarily goal is to engineer the systems and procedures and craft the citizens' charter to streamline the bureaucracy further. Among its notable accomplishments were the following. DOST-ITDI's CART implemented the new Customer Satisfaction Survey Forms, or the CSSIF, using the 8 service quality dimensions recommended by CART, namely responsiveness, reliability in terms of quality, access and facilities, communication, the cost, integrity, assurance, and outcome. The new ITDI 2021 Citizens Charter Handbook was also completed and implemented through the CART in 2022. Besides this, ITDI follows and conforms to the guidelines the Civil Service Commission set for government officials and employees' ethical conduct and behavior. Our institute's adherence to these guidelines contributes to a culture of meritocracy, fairness, accountability, and integrity in public service. Also, ITDI is compliant with the Freedom of Information, or FOI Act, which promotes transparency and accountability by allowing citizens to request information from government agencies. ITDI responds to information requests and proactively discloses certain information to the public. Lastly, ITDI ensures commitment and utilization of the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System, or the PhilGEPS, an electronic portal that centralizes government procurement activities. This system enhances transparency in the procurement process and provides a platform for suppliers to participate in government bidding. Thus, ITDI warrants a procurement that is fair, competitive, and conducted by established rules and regulations. Our adherence and compliance to these requirements reflect our commitment to good governance and the overall effectiveness of public service delivery. Next slide. Slide 7, please. So to attain advancement and effectiveness in public service delivery, we employed various strategies such as the following. Next slide. So we conduct, as part of our planning cycle of the Institute, we conduct annual planning. The ITDI planning workshop is conducted annually, discussing various points, including the overview of the ITDI performance and current situation, presentation of the R&D and the Administrative Technical Services roadmaps, financial report, budget, and other issues and concerns. The ITDI EXICOM committee members, this is composed of the division chiefs, the deputy director, and of course the director, and key personnel from each division commonly attend this activity. Next slide. So before the institute-wide annual planning, we conduct the strategic planning workshop. So all divisions of our institute also held their divisional planning workshop, wherein they reviewed the division chiefs along with their divisional staff and section heads, validated their programs against the DOST Strategic Plan 2021 to 2025, and updated their respective program roadmaps to align with the current administration's thrust. Next slide. So another strategy we embodied to increase our industry engagements was to create an industry advisory committee, or IAC, consisting of a group of industry experts and business leaders from both private and public sectors that provide expert advice on research and development, business development, and of course, technology transfer. Since its conception in 2019, we have 12 meetings conducted with the IAC members to seek expert advice and coaching or guidance, particularly in developing ITDI programs and technology roadmaps and the latest trends in technology and the business side also. Next slide. For the best practices, now I would like to share with all of you our notable innovations in contributing to the improvement of our public service. Next slide. In support of RA, Republic Act 11032, otherwise known as the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act of 2018, DOST-ITDI continues to innovate and develop systems such as online transactions with e-payment system and online customer portal to help expedite businesses' transactions, reduce turnaround time, and create an environment that facilitates seamless transactions and enhances the overall experience of customers availing DOST ITDI services. ITDI also developed several information systems to support the internal operations accessible on the intranet, and the internet. These are the ITDI ticketing, ITDI file server, and ITDI portal. So the need for this kind of service has never been more pronounced, particularly during the pandemic, driving various organizational activities to shift progressively and radically to digitalization and online processing. So this developed systems and initiatives serves as a tool to ensure the continuity of delivery of services for a broader customer base of the DOST ITDI. Next slide. Our e-payment portal. Through this ITDI e-payment portal, our institute is now cashless and capable in its technical service offerings, which include R&D technical services, technology transfer, and laboratory testing services. The ITDI e-payment portal is designed in modular so that other government agencies can easily adapt. As of 2021, the ITDI e-payment portal is implemented by 2 agencies also under the DOST. These are the Metals Industry Research Development Center, or MIRDC, and the Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, and is currently being implemented by several other DOST agencies as well. ITDI aims to onboard all DOST agencies. The e-payment portal is connected to the cashier information system in which technical services fees are paid electronically. Upon successful transaction, all related applications are automatically updated in real time to inform the cashier, accounting section, and laboratories about the payment status of a particular transaction. The fees collected via e-payment are automatically remitted to the Bangko Sentral of the Philippines through the Land Bank of the Philippines daily remittance processing. The system can capture, process, store, and retrieve transaction records of e-payment fees. Next slide. Our online customer portal is a single touchpoint website that enables customers to send their requests and inquiries about ITDI's various services, such as technical services, webinars, training and seminars. The online customer portal is integrated with the electronic payment or the e-payment system for an utterly contactless transaction. Next slide. For the ITDI ticketing, aside from establishing and maintaining information systems, the Management Information Section, or the MIS, of the Planning and Management Information System, the division of ITDI, also conducts different technical support activities for hardware and software problems. The Management Information Section provides an online facility to manage the request submitted to the technical support of the MIS. This system captures records and schedules the services and thoroughly monitors the detailed request for technical support. This initiative to establish and implement the technical support online ticketing system was effective on December 1, 2022, and has been commended by our external auditors and included as one of our positive findings during the recertification audit of our ISO 9001-2015 by TUV Ryland last August 17 to 18 of this year. The ITDI ticketing system, next slide, mainly caters to online requests such as network access, software installation, the network attached storage access, or the NAS, and the ICT technical services for technical related issues. Next slide. For our ITDI file server, during the pandemic, pursuant to the Civil Service Memorandum Circular number 10, dated 2020, and issued last May 7, 2020, the DOST ITDI adopted the combination of the work from home, the WFH, and the skeleton workforce as alternative work arrangement to maintain and ensure continuous public service delivery. To facilitate the implementation of the work from home arrangement and ensure that employees continue to produce outputs, results, and accomplishments outside the office premises, the DOST ITDI, through its Planning and Management Information System Division, the Management Information Section, established an online ITDI file server to ensure file exchange and accessibility outside and within ITDI premises. Next slide. So for our ITDI portal, we developed several information systems for internal organizational operations to capture, process, and maintain data. ITDI has an online daily time record of employees reporting in the office or the work from home arrangement for everyone's compliance and safety, particularly during the pandemic. And then a health declaration system and building entry logs were also established to monitor the health status of all employees correctly and in a timely manner. The ITDI portal also includes each employee's profile based on their submitted personal data sheets. These systems are web-based applications accessible via intranet and public internet, and up until now, this had been employed and adopted within our institute. These initiatives are adaptable, flexible, and capable of responding effectively to unforeseen circumstances such as the recent pandemic, highlighting resiliency in our institute. Next slide. Now we go now to our awards and certifications. Through the collaborative efforts within our institute, and stakeholders and the public, we are humbled to receive these awards and certifications. Next slide. One of which is the Freedom of Information Project Management Office under the Presidential Communication Operations Office recently awarded DOST ITDI as fully compliant to the enhanced FOI requirements pursuant to Section 5B of Memorandum Circular Number 2021-1 issued by the Interagency Task Force on the Harmonization of National Government Performance Monitoring, Information and Reporting System, or the Task Force Administrative Order 25, Series of 2011. Next slide. So our performance-based bonus, or the PBB Balance Scorecard under Administrative Order number 25 or AO25 is a tool designed to evaluate the performance of government agencies and their employees based on their performance against predefined metrics and objectives. AO25 established guidelines for the grant of the PBB in the public sector, emphasizing the need for transparency, accountability, and performance-based incentives. So for 2021, ITDI incurred a total of 90 out of 100 points in performance, process, financial, and citizen client satisfaction results, and was 100% compliant with the 11 agency accountability requirements. Next slide. Through the years, the adoption of a quality management system through the ISO has been a strategic decision of ITDI and aligns with the Executive Order numbers 605, series of 2007, institutionalizing the structure, mechanisms, and standards to implement the Government Quality Management Program. The establishment of documentation in accordance with the requirement of ISO 9000-2000, which was designed following the concept of the Plan, Do, Check, Act cycle, started in August 2008. And then the implementation was on November 3, 2008. Then the Certification International Philippines Incorporated, or the CIPI, conducted its Stage 1 audit on January 15, 2009, and Stage 2 audit happened on February 12, 13, 2009, with 3 minor nonconformities on preventive maintenance, calibration, monitoring, and measuring equipment and methods for measuring of objectives. And then on that year, merely 6 months, CIPI awarded ITDI Certificate of Registration conforming to ISO 9001-2000 with the scope and the generation and transfer of innovative technologies and provision of scientific and technologies and services in the fields of food processing, chemicals and minerals, material science, environment, fuels and energy, and microbiology and genetics. So this certificate was valid until November 14, 2010. However, a transition of ISO standards from ISO 9001 to ISO 9000-2008 took place in August 2010. And ITDI successfully transitioned to ISO 9000-2008 and received its certification of registration on March 29, 2010, valid until March 16, 2012. So the scope was revised to generation and transfer of innovative technologies and provision of scientific and technological services in food processing, chemicals and minerals, material science, environment, fuels, and energy, biotechnology, and packaging. Next slide. So in 2015, ITDI established, documented, implemented, and maintained up to now a QMS and continually improved its effectiveness by the requirements of the ISO 9001-2015 and designed following the planned do, check, act cycle and risk-based thinking. The Institute has determined the organization's context, internal and external issues related to political, economic, social, and technological issues. It also identified the interested parties and the requirements of these parties, such as external providers, customers, stakeholders, regulatory boards, affiliates, employees, and among others. So the top management has declared and implemented the quality policy and provides a framework for the respective quality objectives aligned with the divisional functional objectives. All employees are committed to pursuing continuous quality system management improvement. So the processes are available and have been identified and documented. The process workflows and interactions have been described and appropriately controlled. The processes are also evaluated at regular intervals using key performance indicators, key processes with a scope of product realization include R&D, technical services, technology services, administrative services, financial services, and planning. And there's also an outsourced processes that includes calibration, repair and preventive maintenance, test and analysis, fabrication, construction, vehicle repair, and maintenance. So the risk assessment regarding the political, economic, social, and technological or the PEST variables and the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats variables or the SWOT had been completed. So ITDI analyzes and evaluates customer-related requirements and inquiries and any documented, assumed, statutory, and regulatory requirements within the scope of a production and feasibility study performed in a team. Processes significantly affect product service quality, the competency of the people, provision of resources, monitoring and evaluation of the project, technology transfer, timeliness, and accuracy of the service report. The critical regulatory, statutory, and customer-related requirements include Executive Order number 128, the Republic Act of 9184, the Government Procurement Reform Act, Executive Order number 605, Government Quality Management System Standards, the Republic Act 6713, this is the Civil Service Commission Regulation, the National Archive of the Philippines Regulations, the regulatory environment compliant with the government policies, rules and regulations as to the environment law, the techno transfer law, occupational safety and health and standard references. So during the pandemic, DOST ITDI ISO 9000-2015 related committees have continually strengthened their commitment to sustaining the Institute's quality management system. Several initiatives were implemented through the collaborative efforts of the lead committee, our ISO Technical Committee, supported by the Internal Quality Audit Group, the Risk Review Committee, our Document Custodians, and Risk Management Group. Numerous virtual meetings through Google Meet or Zoom were conducted with the participation of the ISO-related committees and process owners from different divisions of DOST ITDI. Meetings were done to review the effectiveness of actions taken from the previous year's external and internal audit findings in preparation for the ISO recertification. For continual improvement, a review of the OFIs from the external audit has been consistently done to implement action plans efficiently. To comply with the requirements of ISO 9001-2015, the ITDI conducts a yearly internal quality audit for all its divisions and process areas. For this year, DOST ITDI received the recertification for ISO 9001-2015 on November of this year, dated on November 14, 2023 until October 28 of 2026, upon meeting the criteria and standards for a quality management system. The external audit team from TUV Ryland conducted the Stage 2 certification unit last October 17 to 18, 2023, which is headed by Ms. Jean R. Lagitaw, the audit leader from the TUV Ryland. Next slide. Apart from the ISO 9001-2015, the Standards and Testing Division of ITDI was granted continued accreditation by the DTI Philippine Accreditation Bureau under the PNS ISO IEC 17025-2017 in the fields of biological, chemical, and mechanical testing last year, April 13, 2022. Additionally, the microbiology section, biological laboratory, and the inorganic and the organic chemistry section of the chemistry laboratory successfully obtained the renewal of their Food and Drug Authority laboratory accreditations. Next slide. In addition, ADMATEL, the Advanced Materials Testing Lab, is the country's first testing laboratory for material characterization and failure analysis and has maintained its international standards, making it at par with those of other countries. So it ensures the integrity and quality of test results and actively supports the local industries and research community. ADMATEL's recent successful transition from PNS ISO IEC 17025 in 2015 to the new ISO IEC 17025-2017 version, equip it better in testing, calibration, and sampling. Admatel houses 3 sub-laboratories: the Surface Analysis Laboratory, the Thermal Analysis Laboratory, and the Chemical and Metallurgical Laboratories. All these laboratories follow the industry standard requirements for clean room temperature, humidity, and the ESD safety compliance. And it operates a total of 8 accredited state-of-the-art equipment capable of providing 30 certified services in the areas of research such as miscellaneous materials and products, chemical testing, metals and alloys chemical testing, non-destructive tests by surface techniques, mechanical testing, non-destructive tests by visual inspection, as well as mechanical testing. So under the new ISO IEC 17025-2017 version, Admatel acquired 2 additional scopes. These are the materials and chemical analysis using the top SIMS, chemical testing, and non-destructive tests by radiography, mechanical testing. Admatel was also recently awarded a Certificate of Excellence for achieving 100% acceptable laboratory results in the local interlaboratory comparison of nanomaterial size measurement, which was participated in by various testing laboratories in the Philippines. So this achievement shows the superior quality of Admatel's nanomaterial dimensional analysis, and it has also been involved in standards and policy formulations such as the Philippine Standards Technical Committee 83, the Clean Room and Controlled Environments, the BPS Technical Committee 85 on Nanosafety, the BPS Peace Technical Committee 88 on Additive Manufacturing, and the STMA, or the Strategic Trade Management Act, RA 10967, the NSC SCTR. Next slide. So in 2020, ITDI was challenged to apply for the Philippine Quality Award, or the PQA. So the PQA is a global competitiveness template aimed to ultimately improve an organization's performance by optimizing the systems and processes it has in place. So it promotes organizational performance standards comparable to leading businesses abroad, ensuring that Philippine organizations, whether public or private, once awarded by the Philippine Quality Award, have performance at par with global standards. So answering the call to this challenge, in 2020, ITDI sent a representative to a week-long training about the Philippine Quality Award, which covered a wide range of topics such as the background on the PQA and how to prepare organizations applying for the PQA. As a follow-up to this activity and in preparation for ITDI's application from May 5 to 7 of 2021, a series of eco-seminars were conducted for all the divisions in ITDI. And these eco-seminars discuss what the PQA, or the Philippine Quality Award, is, and at the same time study the current systems and practices in place, which resulted in the gathering of important employee feedback. Then on September 8 to 10, the same year, 2021, the PQA committee assessors visited ITDI, to whom its organizational structure and systems processes of review were presented. A series of employee interviews were also conducted to determine the employees' awareness of ITDI and assess the systems and processes from an employee's perspective, not just a top management perspective. And then this was followed by a virtual visit to ITDI laboratories and facilities, because it was still at the height of the pandemic, no? And this was conducted virtually. And then last year, on May 17, ITDI proudly accepted our Philippine Quality Award Program Level 1 in a conferment ceremony held at the rooftops conference room of the DOST ITDI's Metrology and Chemistry Laboratory. Given by the Department of Trade and Industry, the PQA is the highest national recognition given to private and public organizations in the Philippines for their exemplary organizational performance. Next slide. So before I end my presentation, please allow me to share our tagline in ITDI, or Industrial Technology Development Institute. So in ITDI, we are inspired by technology, driven by innovation. Our journey towards advancing public services embodies the spirit of resilience, recovery, and the pursuit of best practices. As we forge ahead, ITDI continuously commits to a future where science and technology converge to improve public service and society. Next slide. This is my last slide. Thank you for joining us in our remarkable journey toward service excellence, and I sincerely appreciate your time and attention this morning. Thank you very much.
We extend our appreciation to Director Annabel V. Briones for delivering an informative presentation on enhancing public services, recovery, resilience, and best practices. Let's give her a virtual round of applause.
Again, a heartfelt gratitude to all of our presenters for this segment of the program. We truthfully gained valuable insights from your informative presentations. Dear participants, kindly gather your thoughts and write your questions for all of our speakers on the chat box, and we will read them later in the Q&A portion.
Without further ado, we will proceed to Q&A session. Let us all welcome again our distinguished speakers. We have with us Dr. Muhammad Nurjayadi Tamam, Director, Technology Section, Productivity and Competitiveness Development Division, Malaysia Productivity Corporation. And of course, Attorney Leticia O. Clemente from the City Budget Officer of LGU Baguio, and Dr. Annabel V. Briones, Director of Department of Science and Technology.
We will give you a few minutes to gather your thoughts and write your questions on the chat box. Or if you want us to open your microphone, please raise your hand in Zoom to ask your questions to our resource person. I think our participants are typing their questions sa ating Zoom chat box and YouTube chat box. So we'll give you a few more minutes for you to gather your questions or your thoughts about the presentations from our speakers. Also, if you are directing your question to a specific presenter, please mention it on the chat box. We are still awaiting for questions from our participants. Please don't forget also to include your name and your agency on the questions that you will be providing us so that we may acknowledge it to present it to our presenters or speakers. Are there questions coming in sa ating Zoom and YouTube chat boxes? Alright. So I think our participants, Ms. Lizelle, is taking their time to gather their questions. Okay, so I think we have a question. This is directed
for all the speakers.
Yes, para sa ating lahat ng mga speakers po. So we have the question. As a quality advocate, I truly believe in a systems approach, data-driven, and continuous improvement management system embodied in the QMS. However, some organizations are hesitant to adapt because of accreditation and consultants will cost them. They would rather allot the budget to other important supplies or equipment. The question is, how important is accreditation for a nationwide implementation of the ISO QMS? And how can we apply QMS without being bothered by the cost of accreditation that comes with it? Again, this question is directed to all of our speakers. Right, so we start, ladies first siguro. Let's start from Attorney Leticia O. Clemente.
Thank you for that question. Well, we are just fortunate that we are a beneficiary of a grant from the department, from DAP. And of course, there is always a cost for everything. We want quality, we want efficient service. We have to invest on the accreditation because this will also raise the bar of trust and confidence to a government, especially so that maybe our reputation is not that our rating on that is not so high, probably. That is why our mayor is an advocate of good governance. And this is one way of improving efficiency in public service delivery. And of course, accreditation would entail, it will force you to streamline your procedures so that it is facilitative, and our private sector will not consume too much time transacting with the government. So it's a matter of prioritizing our needs. For us, this is a need for Baguio City. It's not merely a want. So it should be included as one of the priorities in the city budget. We have allotted funds. We know that we all need to implement priority projects, and most of the LGUs would invest on infrastructure, hard infrastructure, but we also have to equally give importance to soft infrastructure, and this is one of them.
Thank you so much, Attorney. I think I also agree with her because as we value this particular initiative, we have to really give priority to it. Thank you so much. Maybe also hear from our speaker.
Yes, we have Dr. Annabel V. Briones.
Okay, thank you very much for that very important question. So mostly the offices or agencies are really have a worry on the budget. But since we are in the government, so you really have to provide a budget for this QMS kasi wala namang libre. And then if you really want to be at par with the other agencies, with the other departments, and also globally, we really have to establish the quality management system. And you could already include that in the budget annually. So para hindi, it won't be a problem anymore, no, when it comes to the recertification, because actually a certification would last for 3 years, no? And then what are the advantages of the QMS? Of course, it will have a greater efficiency in your agency and less waste, no? And then it's also improve the participation of all the employees. At it also increase or improve also your customer satisfaction, and also your risk management will also be improved, and you will have the regulations in place for a successful working practices and a better understanding of the customer needs. So this is the importance of having a quality management system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Briones. I agree with you that we really have to, to eliminate process waste, no, so that we can be more efficient. Let's also hear from Dr. Mohammed Tamam. Sir?
Yeah, I hope you can hear me clearly. So
Yes,
please
sir.
bear with the connection. Okay, it's about accreditations, and agree with the panel of the forum. The sustainability of this QMS actually relies on the accreditation, if I can say. And for those who are new in the QMS, they have to allocate a budget. For Malaysia experience, since this initiative has been outlined in the government circular, the implementation they already factor in their annual budget. But I've been made understand that the participant program also involving the private sector. The case is quite different for private sector, where the implementation is a business decisions. But regardless it's public or private sector, the ultimate goal of the implementation of QMS and the accreditation is for continuous improvement. Actually, from the accreditations, there we embark on the process related to the auditing. And then from there, OFI opportunity for improvement will be identified and will improve further the service delivery efficiency. So yes, there is a challenges in terms of the budget related to accreditations, but the bigger impact of this QMS is more compared to these cost that they have to allocate. That is my views. Thank you.
Oh, Dr. Tamam, we have another question for you from our participant. In what ways has QMS played a role in advancing public services during times of recovery and building resilience post-pandemic? Hi, sir. We are having a little technical difficulty with the connection with Dr. Tamam.
So I think we will just send the question to Dr. Norjayadi Tamam, and we will be going back to it or answering it siguro via email.
Yes.
All right. All right. To proceed, we have a question Ayan, this question is directed to Dr. Annabel V. Briones.
Okay, I'll read the question. Eds, how is the impact of QMS implementation on public service delivery being measured or assessed? Related question is, are there specific metrics or indicators that reflect the success of QMS initiatives? A very interesting question.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right.
Dr. Llanes.
Okay, thank you for that question. So, as I have mentioned, yung ating certification from the QMS, no, our ISO, that is for 3 years, and we do internal audit. So we have a criteria on that if the process, if it has been followed, and we have also our customer feedback. If it's satisfactory or poor feedback or VS or excellent, that would also be a measurement of the process or the services that we have provided here at ITDI. And then there are other criteria or measurements that we do during the internal quality audit before the external yearly. Also, aside from the internal quality audit, external auditors also follow up and monitor our QMS systems.
Thank you. I wish we have the chance to benchmark with your organization, Dr. Briones.
You're free. You're free to.
Thank you so much.
To discuss with us. You're free to visit our office and discuss on that and see how we run our agency, because ITDI, it's a big institute. It's not only aside from the R&D or the research and development, but that we do. We also do the technical services. We have testing and calibration services. So we have different disciplines and services that we provide. And these are all covered by a quality management systems that we follow. Thank you.
Right after this session, I will request an appointment with you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I also have a question for Attorney Clemente.
Yes, let me read the question. This is from Miss Carolina Lim Gamban. And the question, how will the city address the challenge on sustainability, especially for LGUs who change leadership every 3 years?
Well, that's also a challenge for us. But of course, you have your comprehensive development plans and your investment plans that should transcend changes in administration. So our elective officials come and go, but the career personnel or the department heads are there to stay, who implements the projects of the city. So it is also very important that the career officers and even the rank and file are empowered to perform their duties based on their plans. Because you see, we also have our office performance commitment form, or the OPCR, when you determine the targets of your office. You have your individual performance evaluation also for the rank and file. So all these, any program for that matter, should be effective programs should be institutionalized and continuously improved based on a certain parameters or measurements of performance that should not consider the change of administration. They are there to stay and the responsibility and accountability rests on the career officers. That's my opinion.
I admire the very strong sense of flexibility and adaptability of LGU Baguio. Thank you so much, Attorney Clemente.
All right, and to manage our time, we can accommodate one more question. And the question is from Miss Liza V. Legitimas and is directed to Attorney Clemente. So the question, ma'am, how much will it cost for us to install the ICT Baguio initiatives? Realistic estimates so we will know.
The ICT projects, for instance, our command center, it's an ambitious project. Judging from the financial requirements of 3 billion, you will I think with the limited resources that we have, we cannot possibly implement that in 3 years time maybe. So there is always there should always be creativity and innovation. We engage private partners, and also probably we should also program systems in-house instead of outsourcing it. Those measures that would lessen cost but would result to the same, you are addressing the same goal just the same. So it is really capital intensive. ICT projects are capital intensive. So you have to be creative. Like the mayor does not only depend on internal sources of income. He is very aggressive in promoting our ICT projects to the national government even. That's why the national government is also assisting us in some ways. But these are local initiatives, and think of the sustainability of the project. That is why any program for that matter should not be very ambitious that it will not result to anything in the end. We have to consider all our limitations before we proceed with the project. So our ICT projects is slowly but surely being undertaken in-house, and we partner also with the academe, providing us their works, that it should not only be in their cabinets. The output of master's students or PhD graduates should find its way to the city government's processes also. So these things would really require us to think out of the box. So that's how we did it. And it's not a one-time deal. It's a continuous process. We have started this long time ago, more than 10 years ago. So it is a there's no, as they say, what is constant is change itself. So I am also inspired by other LGUs initiatives, and we benchmark with them. So it helps us a lot in what's this? The sisterhood campaigns with our counterparts in government and private as well. So these are just some things that we practice in the city of Baguio.
Eds, we got a very nice tips from Attorney Clemente, no? So starting from now, let's start tapping our stakeholders and building good relationships with them.
Yes, that is right. That is definitely one of the benchmark that we could do. All right. Thank you, dear speakers and participants, for sharing your questions and insights. It was very engaging open forum. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all of our speakers and most especially to everyone here who contributed their presence, understanding, and active participation. At this point of the forum, we would like to present the e-certificate of appreciation to the guest speakers and panel reactors. The e-certificate reads as follows. The Development Academy of the Philippines awards this electronic certificate of appreciation to the speakers for their invaluable contribution in the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum and Government Best Practice Recognition, or Psqpif and GBPR 2023. Given this 24th day of November 2023. Signed, Attorney Engelbert C. Caranan Jr., MNSA, President and Chief Executive Officer, Development Academy of the Philippines, and member, GQMC. May we call on our esteemed speakers, Dr. Muhammad Norjayadi Tamam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We also have Attorney Leticia O. Clemente. Thank you very much, ma'am. And we
Thank
also
you so
have
much.
Dr. Annabel V. Briones.
Thank you very much.
We understand that our participants have collected questions from all of our presentations. You can submit your questions through the chat boxes both in Zoom and on YouTube. And if you have a specific presenter in mind, please mention it.
To allow time for our participants to have more questions, may we have a 5-minute break. Upon a return, we will dive into the next segment of the forum. Also, we are receiving some clarification on the customer satisfaction measurement in compliance with the Anti-Red Tape Authority or ARTA requirements. To ensure accurate feedback, we kindly request you to identify yourselves as external clients of the Development Academy of the Philippines as a forum participant. Your valuable insights will contribute significantly to our commitment to quality service. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make the most of our quick break.
We are living in a time of constant change. In an uncertain and changing world, Asia must prepare to meet the productivity challenges of the future. The Asian Productivity Organization is here to help. With 20 member countries, we are a think tank, catalyst, regional advisor, institution builder, and clearinghouse for productivity information. In the coming decades, cultivating a culture of technological innovation will be key for economic growth and productivity in Asia. Adopting new technology can improve the efficiency of manufacturing, transportation, trade, agriculture, and labor. We give our members the information they need to take on new tools and policies. We encourage nations to share information because we are better when we work together. With the right tools and information, countries in the Asia-Pacific can not only meet global challenges, but lead the global economy. The APO will continue to lead with strategic and inclusive initiatives that are aligned with the UN SDGs. Building a more proactive, productive future for Asia. The APO, pushing the frontiers of productivity.
We are now on the fourth segment, Charting the Path Forward, Prioritizing Citizen-Centric Public Service Delivery, with a specific focus on the topic Government Trends 2023, What People Expect from the Government. It is a pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Pankaj Kishnani, Research Specialist of the Emerging Technologies and Government Innovation Deloitte Support Services India Private Limited, Deloitte Center for Government Insights. Pankaj Kishnani is a research specialist with the Deloitte Center for Government Insights. He has more than 11 years of experience, and his research focuses on identifying trends in emerging technologies and innovations that can transform the public sector. He also closely tracks digital transformation, regulation of emerging technologies, and service delivery innovations in government. Everyone, let us give Mr. Pankaj Kishnani a virtual round of applause.
Thank you. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Terrific. We'll get started then. So thank you very much for having me here. Today's presentation will focus on government trends 2023, and I'll talk about the report, where it comes from, and how do we do that. But the focus for today's presentation would be specifically on citizen-centric service delivery, right? So government trends 2023 is our marquee annual report, and we have been publishing this report annually since 2020. The idea of these reports is we would like to, come up with 8 to 10 trends every year, talk about which are some of the emerging trends that will pan out over the next 1.5 years across government. It's a very, very global report. If you can see, for some of the years, in 2021, the focus area was COVID-19. In 2022, the focus area was about building resilience. And in 2023, it was all about tearing down walls. I know it sounds a little bit very ungovernment, but we'll talk through what do we mean by sort of say tearing down walls. So in government, what we have recognized is over the next year or so, there is a more collaboration happening, right? So in terms of the hierarchies in governments are giving way to networks, governments are collaborating within the departments, across the departments, to deliver better services for citizens, right? The 2023 trends focus on multiple sort of say tearing down walls themes, right? So across funding, service delivery, back office innovation, regulation. So how do you go to market? How do you serve your citizens or businesses by going together? Because they are here expecting government to meet their needs. They are not here to talk to a health department versus a social care department versus a licensed department, right? They are here, okay, if you want to start a business, I want to start, right? They don't really care how many departments from the back end come and actually, help them serve the needs they have. So what we're going to do in this presentation is focus on a couple of trends. We're not going to go through all the 9 ones. So we'll focus on tailored public service delivery and then talk about end-to-end justice. So before we go there, I have a polling question. What I would request is please pull out your mobile phone. Operator will also be sharing that link. So you can go to pollev.com/poll24. That's today's date. So if you could go in there, just key in your responses, and the question is, what is your organization's primary domain area? So if you could just go to the link, it's accessible on internet, pollev.com/poll24, and just key in your responses, so I get a good sense of the audience as well. Just wait for 15 more seconds. Okay, pretty mixed group. We'll just end the poll now. State government leads it, and worry not, we have amazing examples from state across the levels of government, state, federal, in fact, education as well. We'll get started then. Okay, talk about tailored public service delivery now. There is a reason why we don't use the word personalized service delivery, but tailored service delivery. Now, this is talking about how digital technologies have enabled the personalization, right? You talk about personalization, education, in social care, in justice. How does it work in government? And how different technologies like AI, digital transformation, and others have enabled that through various ways. It helps government to improve the equity, inclusivity, and efficiency as well. Talking about when we say tailored public service delivery.
Excuse me, Mr. Pankaj Kishnani.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. May we ask you to reshare your screen, as there are drop-down boxes or boxes blocking the content of your presentation?
Okay, I'll try resharing it. Just a second.
Yes, sir. I think it's the header of your presentation.
Okay.
Or of your sharing.
Is this any better?
Yes, sir. We can still see the boxes that block the content of your presentation. Would you like us to share instead your
Yep, please go ahead
presentation?
then. Please go ahead.
All right. So give us a few minutes for the sharing of the presentation. All right. So we are sharing now your presentation. Can you see it also?
Yeah,
and confirm?
I can.
All right.
I can see it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And what's the presentation without technical issues, huh? So we'll get started talking about governments tearing down walls between governments and individuals they serve, right? So tailored service delivery can actually help ensure equity and access to vital services, right? So you want some of the underprivileged people to provide service in healthcare, might as well use remote healthcare in some of the areas like rural areas, right? So that's how it helps you tear down the walls between different individuals and governments. And another layer happens if you notice in government. To receive a service, you have to provide your information again and again and again. So how some of this concepts helps is like, how can government agencies share information about a citizens from one agency to another or one department to another department, so customers or citizens do not have to share the information again and again, right? So the agencies also have the complete view of the citizens, so they can understand what their needs are, where they are coming from, so they can better serve them. Next slide, please. Talking about sort of the approaches to segmentation. For segmentation to be more effective in government, it should be guided by three key principles: equity, efficiency, and experience they are trying to serve, right? To focus on the delivering the great customer experience that's there. The second theme of the trend is like life event based services, and this is where our most of our presentation will be focused on. Life event services are those services which are triggered by an experience, right? So think about if there is a birth of a baby, if you want to start a business, if there is a death of your loved one, or if you want to start a education course, or if you have lost a job, right? So these are events, and like life is culmination of different events. So at different events, governments, citizens need different services from governments, and how can government focus on those events to customize the service delivery they have? And government, for one, is the extreme end. So think of the segmentation, right? So it's a segmentation of customer segmentation, the life event based services, and then the government of one. That's like the most personalized levels of services. Very few governments in the world have been able to achieve or reach that level. So that's more of a spectrum of services. You start from one single service that's delivered to all, then there's life event based services, and then there is an extreme level of personalized of services. Can you go to the next slide, please? Now, we'll drill down more on life and service and how it differs from traditional service delivery. If you look at any service delivery in government currently, it's focused on one agency. A healthcare agency wants to deliver healthcare services, or a social care agency, it's a separate agency. They want to deliver unemployment benefits, they want to provide cash assistance, they want to provide sort of say food and other stuff. So some of the underprivileged people who live below a certain threshold of income can live their lives, right? So in life event services, the focus is on citizen, not on the agency. Again, if you look at the reactive versus proactive, in many cases, even if you know that you're going to need that services, for example, COVID, right? Many people needed those healthcare services. You still have to go ahead and apply for it. In proactive services, you don't even have to apply for a service. You automatically get that. And we'll talk about different cases and how different governments have actually done it. It proactively service comes to you rather than you going to the government. And again, in traditional service delivery, the service is delivered by one single agency. In this case, it's delivered in a cohesive manner or coordinated manner by multiple agencies. Again, talking about the approach, siloed approach in case of traditional services, and integrated approach when it comes to, because multiple agencies coming together, trying to serve different needs of our single citizens around us, around the life ends. We'll now get into some of the case studies. If you can go to the next slide, please. Now, this is a very exciting case study. So a few years back in UK, if there was a death of a loved one, you would have to report to at least 44 different agencies to go ahead and say, okay, I have a death in my family, please stop this benefits. I have a death in my family, please discard that driving license. I have death in my family, please stop the pensions and other stuff, right? So think of this, you are, or someone is going through actually a bereavement event, and you have to actually go to like 44 different agencies to go ahead and tell them that stop the services. Now, what they adopted UK was what they are calling as once only approach for death notification. So a person or citizens has to just inform once to government, right? Okay, there is a death in my family, and that all that all the services, all the agencies get notified automatically. You don't actually have to go to every single one. You have to just go to a central agency and they will notify to everyone. Now, what this does is it saves a lot of time from citizens' perspective, but also avoids government to collect the same data 30, 40 times. So it saves about UK government 20 million a year. And think of the experience you are providing to citizens. And that's where they actually really need it the most, because they are grieving. They have more things to take care of rather than going to government and going through the bureaucratic processes. So that's one great example. Let's move on to the next slide. Now, talk about three different examples in three different occasions, right? So it's Karnataka. It's a state in India that provides old age pension proactively. So in certain states, or $15 or $20, that's about 1,000 rupees in India. If you hit a age of 65, and if you are below a certain or if you are above a certain age group, right? In this case, it was 65 years. Now, it's government. You already have the date of birth and date of the year and all those data. Why are you waiting for citizens to come to you and say, okay, I am above 65, now give me the pension that's due? In India, we have a unique digital identity, Aadhaar. So you have the dates, they have the details about the income. So rather than, and they have the linked bank accounts as well, rather than citizens applying that, okay, I am due for my old age pension, governments come to you and directly, credits the account once you turn 65. You don't have to apply. You don't have to do literally anything. That's like, Netflix recommending you some content to you. And we talked about United Kingdom one, so I'll take another example of the Estonia one. So in Estonia, if there is a birth of a baby, you are again eligible for something called as family allowance or child allowance, right? So in that case, before 2019, what used to happen is there were multiple benefits that you are eligible for. So to the tune of $600 to $1,000 or sort of say. So, but if you have to sort of say receive those, you have to go to a hospital, again, register your birth, go to different agencies, register sort of say birth of your baby, show who the parents are and all those details, right? Before 2019. In 2019, they changed all that. What you do is you are of course delivering a baby at at a hospital, so you just tell the hospital that there is a birth of a baby and you register. All those sort of say back end processes about going to a different agency to claim the benefits, to basically going to a finance ministry, showcase your sort of say income, to going to the health ministry and registering all this back end data, all this back end processes were were actually being done at the back end. So citizens do not have to do it. They register a birth and the next day the benefits are there in the accounts of the parents, right? All you have to probably do is just choose in whose account the sort of say allowance will go. So rather than spending 3 days 4 days looking for and applying for benefits, you just get the allowance in sort of say by selecting 30 seconds where the bank account and the account is already credited with your sort of say baby allowance. In Portugal, now Portugal started this in Ukraine, basically for the Ukrainian refugees. A lot of Ukrainian refugees actually migrated to Portugal in the times of war, right? So what they did was, because you think of this, the kind of situation they are running away from their own country because they want to be away from the war. Now you don't want them to come to another country and face again bureaucratic hurdles. So if Ukraine refugees were applying for a single sort of say asylum, they would automatically get 3 or 4 different identities in one single application. So they have social security number, they have healthcare services, and they also get sort of say employment work permit in that sense. So they are here, so they'll be working. So you don't have to apply to 3 different agencies to get the same thing, because when you are moving to another country, you will need all of this, whether it's social security number to identification, for healthcare or for employment. So these are some of the case examples that you could see where government is trying to be more proactive rather than being reactive and waiting, and then citizens to come and apply to them, and then they go one by one and show them like, okay, you move from this counter to this counter and move from this area to this area. So that's the actually future of service delivery, if you will. It's live event space, it's frictionless, it's personalized, it's customized. Can we move to the next slide, please? Now, this is the different levels of maturity of life events. I wouldn't say anybody's at level 4. That's like a fully integrated life events. If you have a birth of a baby, you get all those services. If you're going through education, you get all the details about higher education institution, other stuff, right? But there are different levels. The level 1 is more departmental centric, where there is not even information on the website. And just think of this. I'm just talking about the backend process, the kind of sort of say governance mechanism that you have to set up by making a healthcare agency work with a social care agency, work with a population registrar agency, work with another multiple agencies, right? So if multiple agencies come together, the way the government structures have been set up will have to change as well, right? So the governance mechanism, the funding models, right? We were talking about the funding some time back. The funding is just department wise, but a lot of services that you have to deliver it more integrated manner. So who funds how much, right? So shared funding model, shared governance model, workforce model that allow workforce to move from one agency to another agency seamlessly, because they are trying to solve the need of sort of say citizens. They are not necessarily tagged to a single agency. So as you move from level 1 to level 4, the collaboration improves, the integration of the funding model improves, and policy framework in that sense, like that requires the policy framework in that sense. You have to have digital identity, you have to have shared data mechanisms that agencies can share with each other. So those are all some of the things that are needed to make live events come to the life. And these are some of the ways you can do it, and there are different maturity models to it. Can you move to the next slide, please? Okay, so if you have to deliver sort of say life and services, what are some of the things that you have to keep in mind. This service really requires data sharing, at the backend from agencies, right? Because again, citizens are there to serve their needs or meet their needs. They are not necessarily here to interact with different agencies differently. So data sharing, a lot of governments in Europe, in Austria, and in UK and some other places have something called as once only principles. You share the data, same data, once with government only. You do not have to reshare the same data, because if you shared my name is say Pankaj Krishnani, no other agency should come and ask me my name again, because they should know that my name is Pankaj and I'm from sort of say India and I have XYZ education details and other stuff. So no sharing of data, same data again with, and that requires policy framework, that requires building data exchanges in a way that is easily shareable. Uh, Second is you are sharing the data, but you review and keep analyzing that customer data to understand like who needs the services when. Can we deliver those services proactively? In some cases you can, because there are life events happening, birth of baby and some of the loss of a job and other things, right? In some cases you won't be able to predict, so that's okay. But idea is how can we make it much more simpler, easier for citizens to access the services. We talk through that, work on the back end to simplify the front end, make processes more back end. You do most of the job rather than sort of say citizens doing that job for you in that sense. So how can you make it more easier for front end and do most of the sort of say back end data sharing and technology transfer at the back end, which is not visible to the citizens. And in Estonia, that's why they call these services invisible services, because it's very easy for citizens in 99% of the cases not even looking at what the processes are happening. And the fourth is very tricky. Right now, the way government structures are set up, it's more about siloed. They even those departments interact, but they don't necessarily are collaborative, cohesive in nature. So you have to just realign and rethink about how do you want to set up those governance mechanisms for individuals to access the services they need. Can we move to the next slide, please? There is a polling question, but I have to share it. So we'll skip this one. Let's move to another one. Or if you're already, yeah, let's move to the next one. We won't be, I have to share the screen for this. So the second trend here is about end-to-end justice. Like, how do you create a more just society that calls for collaboration, resource sharing across different justice systems? Now, when we are talking about justice systems, we're talking about prisons. We are also talking about the police. We are in some cases are talking about healthcare agencies or social care agencies, and we'll talk about how justice is delivered not just by police, but multiple agencies like courts, prisons, and the healthcare agency and social cares. Again, our idea is to improve the justice or delivery of justice so that sort of say criminals are sort of say reformed, and then in some cases if they need the help of healthcare service in case of substance abuse or in case of healthcare, we are able to deliver them as well. Let's move to the next slide. Now, when we talk about sort of justice systems, the walls that we're trying to tear down would be different components. Again, and at least in US, there are about 45 agencies that are categorized as justice agency. How they're interacting with each other, are they actually interacting with each other or not? So, and are they sharing the data that's required? Second is about between justice organization and other government entities, and we will have some sort of say case studies that showcase that talk about how sometimes police have to interact with sort of say mental health care professionals or the agency that's delivering healthcare services. So how do you use the full might of the government? Sometimes government are too department centric, they're focused on just on governments, and it varies from different countries to different sort of say geographies. But you don't just use the justice organizers, you also use the different entities that exist in government, because they might be at a, to solve certain cases or to resolve some of the needs of the citizens, they might be better equipped than a police officer, right? And justice organization also work with sort of the universities, higher education institutes, and some of the non-profits to 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 resolve some of the cases around sort of say job loss or some of the other areas, like reforming of the victimized victims, and then giving them the healthcare services that they need. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, so talking about sort of say the trend and some of the themes that we have covered here would be just unlocking the efficiency, sharing data, sharing resources with different agencies, coordinating intra-agency responses, right? Collaborating with each other on common issues to reduce frictions and enhance the efficiency. And third is about community enabled solutions. So how do you some of the solutions exist not just within government, so how can government recognize there is a role that nonprofits play, there is a role that some of the community organizations play? They are sometimes more responsive than government of course have and there is a reason for that. The way the accountability, transparency, and other systems have been set up for government, those are actually required because they depend on taxpayers sort of say money, right? So those are all important, but in some cases those sort of say regulations also hamper government's speed to deliver services. So where can we bring in sort of say community enabled organization so they can deliver services rather than the government themselves? Can we move to the next slide? Talking about one example about Hawaiian Island, right? So this was a case about every government agency or every courts in US had about over 1200 case backlogs. And Hawaiian Island of Oahu wasn't really different. They also had about upwards of 1,000 cases. Now, after analyzing the data, they realized most of the cases are actually for homeless people, right? So in US, the kind of regulations they have is like homeless people cannot sit on the sidewalk, cannot sit on sleep on the sidewalk overnight, right? So a lot of those cases were just related to homeless people, and those were getting sort of say getting into the courts. Now courts cannot really solve the problem of homelessness. You have a different public housing or another agency solve that cases for you, right? So court is actually not a good venue to clear those cases. So what they did was they developed a community court, sort of say a separate dedicated court for community, and they actually help the homeless people get shelters, get some of the public housing so they can clear the sort of say cases. Now you're thinking about courts, you think like, how can I automate processes, how can we move the papers faster? But even in this case, none of them would have helped you. You have to work with a different agency to make sure that you are clearing the backlog or clearing actually the problem, right? So this is one example of where courts would have to work with public housing and some of the other non-profits to give homes to homeless people. Otherwise, this issue would have just remained. And once they did it, they cleared the cases in no time. Can we go to the next slide? This is another example. Now, think of this. Whenever there is a call to police about any sort of say crime, right? In 20% of the cases that involves either a mental health issue or substance abuse issue, right? So, and police are actually not equipped to handle those issues. They are equipped to handle the hardcore crimes, but it's not the skills or abilities of police to go ahead and help out a person who is suffering from a mental health. So what they did in Denver was they in a way started something called a corresponder program, where they would every sort of say call a healthcare professional would accompany the sort of say police as well. in this case, what happens is like if the person or the where the call is coming from need mental health, they can get the help right there at the time of the crime set. And this is more of a Denver, but Oregon, which is another state in US, also did that. They saved about, they of course help the citizens where they needed the help most, but they also saved $20 million in just ambulance rides, because you have to take that victim to another hospital. But if you have the healthcare professionals coming in or a nurse coming in, they can give the help right there and right there, and they don't actually have to move to hospital. So just it's the collaboration kind of things. It helps you save the money. It helps the citizens meet their needs right there, right then. And then ideas, you do more of this in government. Yeah, can you move to the next slide? So how do you do that in case of an justice organization? The idea of is to align on a common vision. About your idea is to help the victims or reform the criminals, right? Build collaborative public-private ecosystem. In case of Denver, you saw there was a non-profit or healthcare agency that comes into the picture. Set very clear expectations. Of course, the agencies, the way they have been set up, they have their own natural boundaries. So establish clear mechanisms. Which are those cases, which are the situations where the collaboration comes into the picture? Where are those mechanisms where a different agency will do their jobs very differently? And just look for other examples. And like we presented about US, it's happening in UK, it's happening in Singapore. So look for some of those best practices and talk through like how can you implement in your jurisdiction also. Yeah, can you move to the next slide? So that's more of a summary of my presentation. The idea is government should serve the needs of citizens, not government. The way government systems have been set up, in some cases they are more focused internally, but they should be more user-centric and they should be serving the needs of the citizens. Can you move to the next slide? So this is about our Center for Government Insights. If you're looking to read more studies, we produce about 60 studies in a year, and we have produced about 400 reports. We touch upon almost every single topic that's out there that is creating issues for government, or in a way is top of the mind of the government executive. So we write on emerging technology, government futures, all the sectors in that sense: state and local government, defense and security, and healthcare. So there are some studies for you if you're interested in how do you build those seamless service delivery. You can check out our reports. Yeah, so that's the presentation ends, and I'll hand it over to the MC.
We express our gratitude to Mr. Pankaj Krishnani for delivering an enlightening presentation on Government Trends 2023. Let us give him again a virtual round of applause. It is already beyond 12 noon, and it's time for our lunch break. We appreciate that everyone stayed for the time extension po natin. I hope that our speaker would still proceed later with a question and answer, especially on charting the path forward, prioritizing citizen-centric public service delivery, which will be at 1:15 p.m. So we will be having a 1-hour lunch break. All right, so everyone, enjoy your lunch, and we will resume at 1:15 p.m.
We are now faced with a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. This is the era of disruptive changes, information overload, and lightning-paced developments. This is the age of innovation. Because of these rapid changes in the globe, the needs of the people changed as well. New mindsets were formed as accessibility and online transactions become integral parts of daily lives. Having different platforms of commerce and communication, people have radically shifted to digitization and virtual activities. This radical trend has resulted to an inertia in national development and a widened gap with the government and the general public. Coupled with the diminishing public trust, today's leaders are faced with the greater challenge of bringing the government closer to the people. Innovation is the only way forward. More than just giving what the citizens need, the government should give what the people deserve. Thus, the birth of the Public Sector Productivity Innovation Laboratory has become imperative to equip the public servants with innovative skills as they become part of future-fit organizations. Along with integrity, transparency, accountability, and efficiency, Innovation Laboratory adds a key ingredient in fortifying the pillars of good governance, a new culture of innovation.
Hello, my name is Ino, and this is the PSP Innovation Laboratory in the Philippines, one of the country's efforts in preparing the nation through innovation programs in the public sector. We gather small cross-functional teams to collaborate, discuss, and develop new technologies, products, solutions, or programs. We unleash the skill to adapt experimental and innovative methods as the different agencies tackle social, political, and organizational issues. Our main objectives are to enhance citizen satisfaction, improve government efficiency, and strengthen public sector innovation. InnoLab is a venue for knowledge sharing, creative thinking, and discovery of cutting-edge techniques to address public sector productivity. Our role is to create a culture of innovation among public organizations with the ultimate goal of creating a pool of innovators engaging in interagency and sectoral collaborations. InnoLab will be the catalyst of national development through innovation, a venue to stimulate out-of-the-box thinking and the moving force of implementation and scale-up. Innovation Laboratory follows a citizen-centered approach in coming up with innovation initiatives. We call it the co-creation innovation process. Let me show you how this works. Co-creation is really not hard to do. All you need is a group of people gathering together towards a specific objective. Starting with identifying roles and objectives, the innovation challenge was framed.
The decision point that we used was to choose an innovation that affects so many customers, and we should do everything to make them comfortable, of less cost on their part, fast and most efficient service.
Empathy is a tool that will allow you to go deeper inside the system. Empathy will lead you to frame up an innovation. It will lead you to gather insights and information. And it will also lead you to plan how to implement the solutions that you have in mind.
The data gathering process is a complicated phase. Digging deeper does not only allow you to understand the problem, but also makes you understand the pains and gains of the stakeholders.
Getting into the data gathering, tapos yung talagang as in naka-immerse ka doon kahit man lang a few hours na nandoon kami sa branch, we're able to see kung ano yung mga dapat na i-improve on our own, yung kung ano yung mga dapat na hinihingi ng members. So we're looking at it at the members' perspective.
The birth of an innovative idea comes from the identification of alternative solutions through creativity tools and techniques where wild and crazy ideas are encouraged.
Creative thinking actually allowed us to look into ways that rather we would not be able to do in a normal thinking process. We were able to use wild ideas, take inspiration from them, and apply it in our situation that we wouldn't even think would be applicable.
Innovation does not stop in the mind. Prototyping is where an innovative idea is being brought to life.
I think prototyping is very important, especially in product development or in innovation. The prototyping is the best sample to show our stakeholders that we do understand what they express to us, that they convey to us. And as a response, we made these prototypes.
This is just the start, okay? What happens next will depend on you. And implementation is really key in any innovation efforts.
We are lucky enough that we have the public sector productivity to make it happen, to make this possible, because they provided us with solutions to unlock this problem that our members, our stakeholders are encountering.
At Innovation Laboratory, we aim for a sustainable future of innovation. We believe that the possibilities are endless and that progress is a continuous cycle of growth.
It really applies real-life situation. We're in the office. We are really bound by time and pressure. So, pinaka-memorable sa akin are those mga 5 minutes, 10 minutes na activities wherein you have to give your all of your effort. Those ideas with the collaboration, nagiging innovative siya, and it will actually help me. Skill kasi siya na parang mas nakakatulong pa siya sa akin in the future na makakam up ako ng mga better ideas. So parang non-stop thinking and non-stop innovation.
I think it's very important because things are changing, specifically when it comes to the EODB law. Bootcamp makes government employees realize the value of innovation and how to make things easier for their clients.
The drive for innovation in the government will prepare our nation as we leap towards the future under a sound governance and future-fit leadership. Join us as we spread the culture of innovation. There is no other time but now.
In pursuit of performance excellence, tangible results speak louder than words. Imagine experiencing government services that are not just good, but exceptional.
Upon checking po sa library portal, there are several research that I can truly use po in my study.
They're very helpful. If you want some assistance, they'll help you readily. The staff are very kind.
So very fast yung service, and then mababait din yung mga kausap ko dito. In less than 30 minutes, okay na ako.
Here's the exciting part. That vision is now turning into a reality. Recent satisfaction surveys portray a vivid picture of progress, a statement to the positive impact of improvement initiatives in the public sector. Reforms are being felt not only by the citizens, but also by the business community. A contributory factor to achieving these improvements is a widespread adoption of ISO 9001 quality management system significantly. By virtue of Executive Order Number 605, the Government Quality Management Program, or the GQMP, was established, institutionalizing the structure, mechanisms, and standards to implement the program. The GQMP aligns with Ambisyon Natin 2040, the country's long-term vision of a matatag, maginhawa, and panatag na buhay. It focuses on three key components: development of the government quality management system standards, implementation of advocacy and capability building, and certification of agencies' organizational management system to government quality management system standard. Since 2008, numerous beneficiary agencies have been assisted by the Development Academy of the Philippines as lead in the advocacy and capability building component of the GQMP.
We would like to express our gratitude to DAP for continuously providing training and education to partner agencies, particularly LGUs. Mandaluyong is a manifestation of this, the quality training that was given to us. It became the basis of quality service. It enhanced the services that is being given by the 39 officers.
The adoption of QMS and the subsequent attainment of ISO 9001 certification has enabled government agencies to achieve their objectives by gaining a renewed understanding of their customers' requirements and operational processes. Going beyond QMS, the GQMP has taken significant leaps in its priorities by advancing quality improvement initiatives, equipping government agencies with systems improvement mechanisms, harmonizing the delivery of public services and promoting best practices, and effectively planning for and addressing risks and opportunities on the establishment, expansion, and harmonization of ISO 9001 QMS.
Very thankful ang National Library sa DAP dahil doon sa assistance na i-share niya sa amin ay nakatulong talaga. Before, meron na talaga kaming risk management procedure. But because of this, parang mas napadali yung pag-finalize namin nung risk management procedure ng National Library of the Philippines.
Grateful and thankful lalo na po sa mga staff po ng DAP. Kasi talagang yung patience nila sa amin grabe. Tsaka yung learnings iba talaga. Kahit gaano kalalim ba yung words, parang kaya na namin siyang intindihin or mas madali na namin siyang maintindihan.
GQMP stands at the forefront of revolutionizing government services, adopting a people-centric approach. It calls on the public sector to proactively listen to emerging citizen preferences, identify core drivers of citizen satisfaction, and develop and improve the design of systems and frontline services. The goal is to ensure enhanced and customized public service delivery reflected in the service quality standards. This is the essence of what the Government Quality Management Program brings. A commitment to a government that not only works better, but serves better. A government that stands shoulder to shoulder with the best in the world, leading the way with quality management to better serve the citizens. Join the hashtag QMSGovPH and be part of the QMS practitioners in government. For more information on the GQMP, reach us through website, Facebook, and email.
Good afternoon. We will continue the afternoon session in 5 minutes. We kindly remind everyone to log your attendance through the link displayed on the screen. Our team has also posted it in the chat box for your convenience. The data you enter in the attendance form will be used to generate the information on your electronic certificate of attendance. Please ensure to indicate the correct spelling of your names to avoid delays in the issuance of your electronic certificate. The electronic certificate will be issued once you have completed the registration for attendance and evaluation form provided by the DAP project team.
To confirm your readiness to proceed with the program, could we kindly request that you express it by sending like or heart reactions in our Zoom and YouTube chat boxes? We will be waiting for your reactions to our participants. Please send your reactions, like reactions, or heart reactions to our YouTube chat box and Zoom chat box. I could see participants giving out their reactions. Thank you so much for your responses. This indicates your high level of interest in the upcoming presentations. While waiting for the others to come back, let's watch the GQMP call for the beneficiaries video. Welcome back, everyone. Again, good afternoon. And we will now have the last presentation on the segment, Charting the Path Forward, Prioritizing Citizen-Centric Public Service Delivery, to be followed by a plenary discussion from our panel reactors. To give us a clear presentation on the topic, leading the way with quality management to better serve the citizens, with focus on exploring the voice of the people, citizen and business satisfaction survey results, we have with us the Director of the DAP, Productivity Development and Research Office, Director Monica D. Saliendres. Ms. Saliendres is a fellow at the DAP. She is currently the Director of the DAP PDC's Productivity, Development and Research Office, or PDRO. Her work experience includes program management, M&E, application of quality and productivity system throughout the agro industry and value chain, and benchmarking among others. She conducted research work for agriculture sector in the Philippines, India, Taiwan, Thailand, and Vietnam. She also serves as a faculty advisor and program representative for the Public Management Development Program or PMDP. Scholars of the DAP and has served as the Philippine Quality Award Assessor for 3 cycles for both the public and private sectors. She has more than 25 years of experience with the public sector and holds a master's in public administration, majoring in public policy and program administration from the University of the Philippines, where she also earned her bachelor's degree in public administration. Everyone, let's give Director Monica D. Saliendres a virtual round of applause. Nakalit. Good afternoon, Ma'am Nika. Ma'am
Ayan,
Saliendres.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and
Yeah.
clear.
I was not given a permission before to unmute, so thank you for giving me the permission now. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this for the kind introduction and the opportunity to present to you one of the initiatives of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Okay, so we had a very interesting presentation a while ago, and we have seen the global trends when it comes to people expectation from the government. It actually echoes the need to be outside in, proactive, and involving multi-agency in developing and delivering services. So now, I guess for most of us, we have encountered literature, policies, and approaches in improving government service delivery that emphasize the need to be citizen-centric and to listen to the voice of the people, your client or your customer. So before we delve further into the voice of our transacting public, let me go quickly through the presentation outline. So we will first get a closer look at the citizen and businesses experience with frontline government services, and then I will give to you the key results of the citizen and business satisfaction surveys that we conducted from 2018 to 2022, and the key takeaways from that. And lastly, I will present the common key drivers of satisfaction for better client service experience. Okay, now for the first part, we're going to a closer look at the citizen and businesses experience with frontline government services. I would like to start this portion by citing the World Bank publication, specifically the indicators of citizen-centric public service delivery. Here, the organizing principle of public service delivery must be the needs of the users. This is notably reflected in the Sustainable Development Goals number 16.6, which aims to develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all levels, national, local, and if applicable, federal, state. So as well as it's also stated in 16.62, which proposes to measure the proportion of the population satisfied with their last experience of public services. So that's the global perspective. I would like to focus now on the Philippine experience. Okay, for all ISO 9001:2015 certified organization attending today's webinar, we all know that in ISO 9001:2015 standards, ISO 9001:2015 standards, customer needs, requirements, and expectation are repeatedly emphasized throughout its clauses. customer client focus is a core principle of the standard, placing a strong emphasis on customer or client's needs, requirements, and expectation is fundamental in creating a citizen-centric organization. Now, we also have our country's development blueprint for the next 5 years, which is the Philippine Development Plan. It also recognized the involvement of people in governance as a strategy in achieving good governance and raising productivity performance of the public sector organization. More so, this was also presented early this morning, no? The country's highest award for performance excellence, the Philippine Quality Award, has a criterion that focuses on citizens or customer, which emphasize the need for an organization to build and maintain strong, lasting relationship with customer or clients to drive innovation and long-term success for the organization. So, fast forward to the government quality management program, which is a national government-funded program that promotes quality improvement in the public sector. So the GQMP goal is to effect improvement in public sector performance by ensuring the consistency of products and services through quality processes that can be achieved through the effective implementation of quality management system. Highlighting the voice of the people, in particular, it is in the component quality measurement and standardization. It focuses on measurement because, as Peter Drucker mentioned, if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. Hence, the need to find out what our clients think because they are the true measure of our success. Okay, what are the value proposition of the service quality standards? Still, this is a project under the GQMP. This is an intervention that aims to establish service quality standards to ensure that after listening to the transacting public, both the citizens and the businesses, we will be able to translate their expectation into service attributes that will be observed by frontline government services provider at the national, local level, thereby standardizing the way we deliver our services at point of contact. So this SQS initiative has a number of value propositions, but I would like to zero in on its value proposition by for the transacting public. We want the public the public or the transacting public to be engaged, empowered, and informed. Engaged so that we could listen to them, empowered to influence how government services are designed and delivered, informed so that they will be able to properly act on government stimulus. Next slide. So here are examples of service features that customers recognize as beneficial and have the ability to satisfy their needs in different industry or sector. So when you're dealing with frontline personnel, you want them to be courteous. And if you're flying to another country or another destination, your airline flight should be timely. And if you are eating in a restaurant and you go back to that restaurant, you want consistency in the food that you eat. And when it comes to service station accessibility, when it comes to bank transaction, numerical or the banking transaction should be accurate. And if you're using a hotel bathroom, it should be clean. So my question is, what about in healthcare? Can you think of service feature that is important to a patient? You can type your answer in the chat box, please. And what about in the public sector? Is there a difference? Do we need a different service attribute or service features for the public sector? Do we see people typing in the chat box? You just type it. I'll go back to it later. So to find out the service features that are most important to our transacting public, the DAP, still under the Government Quality Management Program, embarked on a biennial measurement of citizen and business satisfaction, which not only measures the level of satisfaction, but also determines the expectation of our transacting public. We started doing this in 2018, pre-pandemic. Currently, for the citizen satisfaction survey, we have completed 3 cycles: pre-pandemic, height of the pandemic, and the post-pandemic, hopefully. While for the business satisfaction survey, we completed 2 cycles and currently processing the responses of businesses in this year. So we hope to share the 2023 results this coming December 13th. Please mark your calendar and hope to see you there. So for the meantime, for this presentation, to better understand our transacting public and to be more comprehensive, we identified several service quality dimensions that we use when we measure the citizen and business satisfaction during those times. First is the responsiveness. This is the willingness to help, assist, and provide prompt service. And for assurance, it's the capability of our frontline staff to perform their duties. They should be knowledgeable. They should understand the citizens' or clients' needs, helpful, professional. And then for reliability, this is equivalent to quality. So the provision of what is needed or what was promised in your citizen charter, for example, should be there with 0 to minimal error rate. While we, in terms of integrity, we talk about honesty, fairness, justice, walang lagayan. And then for access and facilities, this is the convenience or accessibility of the location of the office. And then if there should be ample amenities. And when we talk about communication, the citizen and businesses should be informed in a language that they can easily understand. For cost, the satisfaction here or what is being measured here is the timeliness, or also included in the timeliness of the billing will be different methods of payment. And then lastly, the outcome. This is realization of the intended benefits of government services. So we have 8 quality service quality dimension. So with the said service quality dimension, here are the results. But first, let me share with you the satisfaction ratings of citizen. In 2018, you can see that the satisfaction rating that our citizens gave to frontline government agency was 86.93. That's pre-pandemic. During the pandemic, it decreased to 70.14. We all know what happened in 2020. You know, especially the ayuda availment and the movement restriction. However, last year, with the opening up of our economy and lesser restriction than in 2020, there's quite a significant increase in the satisfaction rating with an overall score of 96.96. This high satisfaction rating came mostly from those who cited transaction was fast as the main reason, followed by equally followed by transaction was completed, the citizen got what they needed, and the transaction or process was smooth and hassle-free and organized. So we hope that we will get the same experience in 2024 when we measure the citizen once again. Now, for the business satisfaction, I mentioned that we had 2 cycles of that already. After the citizen satisfaction study in 2018, the following year, we conducted the business satisfaction survey, and the businesses rated frontline government services 80.53 out of the 100, no? Out of 100. This is lower than the citizen satisfaction rating in 2018, but during the pandemic, instead of it going down, it actually improved. The 2021 BSAT score is 82.58. Well, we cited here that easing of regulatory measure and improvement in e-government services drove this marginal improvement. Okay, so aside from getting the satisfaction score, the study also looked into the drivers of satisfaction, and we have 2 levels of analysis. One is the top of mind responses to question by directly asking the respondent what service features are important to them, and the other one is getting it through key driver analysis. Okay, so let me share the key drivers and top service attribute in 2018 as defined by the citizen. So we have here frontliners wear uniform and ID, and they should be professional, delivers frontline service as promised, fast transaction, clean waiting area, no noon break, simple and easy to understand transaction, simple and easy to fill out form, secured payment method, and easy payment method. Interestingly, wearing ID and uniform and professionalism might seem to be basic, no? But as our Senior Vice President Magdalena Mendoza mentioned in her closing remark in 2018, these simple things we can through these simple things we can convey that they are actually dealing with professionals, and they are actually complying with simpler processes and predictable and consistently employed rules. So it is not just wearing of uniform, just professional. It encompasses a lot of things. So in 2020, after another year, so it's biennial. So the voice of the people, well, the survey respondents highlighted additional drivers related to the pandemic. Service attributes like the safety protocols for face-to-face transaction surface, no? And then the pandemic also gave rise to additional transaction modalities like phone calls or online transaction. So last year, that's the third cycle of the citizen satisfaction survey, it became more clearer that citizens want fast transaction, clean facilities, and attributes that are related to payment. So let's take a look at the key drivers for businesses. Okay, the pandemic led to massive shift in the way the government delivers services, and it's also led to a shift in the needs and expectation of businesses. The highlight of businesses' expectations are smooth transaction, it should be hassle-free, easy payment, speed to resolve problem, clear processes, accessible facilities, and fast overall transaction time. We also want to highlight that in 2021, two attributes related to government regulations emerged as key drivers, as well as the benefits of regulation to business growth and adjustment to regulatory requirements due to COVID. Okay, so let us go to the threshold. Okay, this one is a result from 2020. So in terms of, let's talk about timeliness in accessing government services in various modalities. In terms of the length of time waiting before being served by a frontliner at a facility, so meaning it's in person, the minimum service expectation is that it should be 20 minutes. The maximum that they can wait is 26 minutes. Now, if that threshold went beyond that, or the waiting time went beyond the 26 minutes, there might be a cause for dissatisfaction. But the actual experience of our transacting public that year was 48 minutes. In terms of waiting for phone call to be answered, 34 seconds. The maximum is 42. The actual experience was 55. The length of time to finish a face-to-face transaction in days, minimum should be 1 day, maximum should be just 15 days, but the actual experience, 35 days. And for the length of time spent to finish a phone call, the minimum should be 6, maximum is 9. The actual experience was 10. And for online transaction, the minimum is 10 minutes, maximum is 14 minutes. The actual experience was 21 minutes. So please take note of those thresholds, because you can use that when you develop your online or online facilities or your hotline facility. Okay, so next slide. For the preference on the mode of transaction, this was a result from the 2021 study. Face-to-face transaction is the preferred mode of transaction at 47.49. Although there are also a significant portion or proportion of those who prefer website or apps at 40.12. So medyo naghahati na sila dito, no? And then for the mode of submitting required forms. The slide shows very widespread preference for using electronic or online submission of forms. And for the mode of payment, the preference is over the counter, but a significant portion or proportion prefer through bank or mobile payments. Okay, so those are the voice of the people. So with all the preferences mentioned, how do we now prioritize? The study also it introduced the importance performance matrix or the priority matrix. It's a analytical tool used to identify the key strength and critical gaps in customer service delivery. So we have 4 quadrants. The first quadrant or the core strength, it is where where you find the service attributes that have hyper importance and highest performance score. And with that, you need to protect that, you need to maintain that, and communicate that to all stakeholders, especially inside your organization. For the critical gaps that is in quadrant 2, these are service attributes that have high performance, but performance scores are lower relative to the other service attributes. So this need to be improved. For the quadrant 3 and quadrant 4, these are the low impact attributes and secondary attributes. So what do we have in 2022? The latest that we have from the survey, those attributes that need to be improved includes overall time to complete transaction, reachable and responsive agency hotlines, orderly queuing system, service fee, and waiting time for staff assistance. Those are the critical critical gaps. So what are our key takeaways from the data? Okay, so number 1 is that translating key drivers of satisfaction and translating this into service standards calls for a need to improve certain aspect of service delivery, and it should be based on citizen and business satisfaction. So we are talking here of standardizing service delivery. Another aspect is, as presented by the previous presenter, it's customization of service. So still, both of these approaches will need data. So it's critical to have data. So then transacting public favors fast and clear transaction process with also with the ongoing digitalization of economic activities. Easy online payment method is the preferred mode. And then listening to the voice of the people in various ways are vital in discerning their needs and requirements. So you can have survey, you can have feedback mechanism, many ways to get their get their voices. And then citizen-centric service delivery calls for incorporating not just the key drivers of satisfaction, but their expectation as well in the design and delivery of frontline government services. And of course, the path for service excellence is a continuous and collaborative pursuit. Again, we started 2018, we're still developing, and we cannot fully finish or fully accomplish this study without the support of agencies who are our partners in terms of collection of data. So for the last part of my presentation, I would like to highlight the recurring and common key drivers of satisfaction from our studies since 2018 and up to 2022. On your screen is the list of the most frequently occurring key drivers of satisfaction. They actually appear 3 times in the key drivers analysis. So we have clear transaction process, getting what is needed or applied for, reachable and responsive hotlines, fast transaction, clean facilities, and easy payment method. So easy payment method, which include various modes of payment, this reflect our significant shift to digitalization. And as mentioned in the this morning through the presentation of ITDI, and also the government of Baguio, we are really going to this direction. So what we are advocating here is that for these drivers to become a minimum set of service quality standards that can be followed at the national and local levels. So can I get a thumbs up if you agree? Meron po ba? Wala pa. So with that, I would like to hear from you, no? Let's have a quick, ayan, meron may mga nag-thumbs up. So let's have a quick survey, a poll. Please kindly scan the QR code to go to the Mentimeter and answer this question. Which of the following factors facilitate effective listening to client's voice? So we have choices like open communication channels, customer feedback system, user-friendly platforms, prompt response mechanism, employee training, and incentives for feedback. So please let us know what you think will be the most facilitating factors or factor effective when it comes to effective listening to our client. Okay, so, and then we will flash we will share the screen to share with you the result of the Mentimeter survey or poll. Okay, just give us a minute. I hope you're answering. So it's menti.com and use the code 56610349. We have 6 factors identified there. Again, open communications, customer feedback system, user-friendly platforms, prompt response mechanism, employee training, incentives for feedback. So we have, I noted that we have about 700 plus attendees here. So quite a lot. Okay, so let's give 1 more minute for those who's still accessing the Mentimeter. Did not vote in time daw yung iba. 5 seconds lang. Nako, we didn't listen to their needs. All right, sige po. Can we now flash on our screen or share with them the result of our poll? Meron na po ba? Ayan, so magpapalit lang kami ng screen. It will be very interesting, no? So yung, okay. What do we have here? Okay, the number 1, it's open communication channels. And the second is the customer feedback system. The last is actually interesting, incentive for feedback. We don't need incentive for feedback. We would like to receive feedback and no incentive needed. So that's very interesting result. All right. So thank you for that participation. So I would like to leave you with this quote from Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. August. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Willing is not enough. We must do. Maraming salamat po and God bless everyone.
We extend our appreciation to Director Monica D. Saliendres for delivering an informative presentation on exploring the voice of the people, citizen and business satisfaction survey results. Again, let's give her a virtual round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we are pleased to open the virtual floor for the question and answer session. It is a pleasure to call again our speakers, Mr. Pankaj Kishnani on the topic Government Trends 2023, What People Expect from the Government, and Ms. Monica D. Saliendres, exploring the voice of the people, citizen and business satisfaction survey results. Kindly raise your questions using the chat boxes in Zoom and on YouTube. Director Saliendres, Ma'am Nika, madami pong mga nag-thumbs up kanina from YouTube. They are agreeing that the SQS can be followed po. While waiting for our participants to give their questions, Mr. Kishnani, we are curious to know if you have been to the Philippines before. Any memorable experience po? Like places that you've been there, and share whatever experiences po you have had. You're unmute po. Your microphone, sir, is muted.
Yeah, so
Okay,
I've
I
never
can hear you,
gotten
sir.
chance to visit Philippines, so it's still on my bucket list. I visited Indonesia recently, but not Philippines.
Eds, we would like to invite, sir.
We would want to warmly invite you, sir, here in the Philippines and drop by at the Development Academy of the Philippines.
Thank you.
Okay, Eds, it looks like we've got questions coming in. Let's kick things off with our first question. To both of our speakers, how can public sector organizations make good use of the growing data and information regarding the feedback from our citizens? Ladies first, Ma'am Saliendres.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that question. Well, actually, you can actually reference the result of the study in terms of developing your services, the preference of your transacting. You can use that. As I mentioned a while ago, you can actually use data, the result of the survey, although this is at the national level. But if you will do that at your organizational level, you can actually aside from standardizing, you can also tailor fit your services. So that's one of the major use of the data. But when it comes to the national national survey results or the study, what we can do is that we can use it as a benchmark among the other government agencies. So I hope I was able to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Saliendres. We also want to hear insights from Sir Pankaj Kishnani.
Sure. So I think the way I would put it is data, you have to treat this as a feedback loop. Data is not just survey. Think of social media data, web analytics, mobile analytics. Those are actually, treasure trove of data that government collects, and government is one of the biggest collector of data, right? So what you can do with that is like see if the website that you're hosting, if people are not able to navigate through it, so probably the website is very complex to build, and that's what we found in our latest survey. About 6,000 citizens we responded to that, and their biggest challenge was like website navigation. And I saw in Nika's presentation like faster transaction. So looking at the data, you can actually tweak your language of the website, change the user interfaces, and you can do it across all those things. It's difficult to do it in face to face, but if people are interacting online, you have all the data through cookies and through other ways, and just use the data to improve and iterate and keep looking at the how can you improve the services.
I think the common answer from both of our speakers is to standardize and to make the data survey respondent friendly. Am I right, Fred?
That is right, ma'am. All right, thank you so much to both of our speakers for addressing the question from our participants. But wait, there's more. There is the next question, and this is directed to Mr. Pankaj Kishnani. The question, sir, what are the essential components of a citizen-centric model, and how can they be seamlessly integrated into government operations?
So if the citizen centricity, or in terms of like, especially we are talking about digital services, if you want to deliver more seamless, I think 2 or 3 components I would highlight. First is digital identity, uh, right? That's very, very key if you want to keep the data sharing going on. And that's, I'm talking about unique digital identity, like India has Aadhaar and other countries have more of them, right? Second is data sharing. uh, with digital identity, you can collect data on a single person and understand what different transaction is doing. But unless you collect the data, analyze it, and share with different agencies, it's not going to be helpful. So it's still, your service would be fragmented if the agencies are not actually, or departments are not actually sharing the data with each other. Third is analyzing that data, and for that you need to build a talent capacity, right? Not a lot of government would have roles like data scientists, data engineers. So you need to invest more on the training and capacity building from that perspective. If you get 3 things right, I think then it becomes a relatively easy to deliver some of those seamless services.
We really hope that we really move to a data-driven decision making, right, Eds?
Yes, right. And the next question, of course, we have a question directed to Director Saliendres, ma'am. The question is, how different are the SITSAT and BizSat with the other customer satisfaction surveys being done by agencies? Yes, ma'am. I think the microphone of Ma'am Nika is on mute.
Yeah, thank you. All right. What's the difference? As I mentioned a while ago, this citizen satisfaction and business satisfaction surveys, they are at the national level, and we don't analyze on a per agency level. So we analyze that in an aggregate manner. We select a national agency with high volume transaction, and the local government units to participate in the satisfaction surveys or studies. And then we also, aside from measuring the satisfaction level, we derive the key drivers and highlight the key attributes that drives satisfaction. And from there, we get the service attributes that's most important to the transacting public. And from that service attributes, we collect them and process them so that we will be able to get the service quality, the service attributes that can be translated to service quality standard. So that's the main difference we analyze at the national level. Thank you.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much for addressing the question. And of course, to manage our time, even though we have a lot more questions coming in from our active participants, we have the last question directed to both of our speakers. All right. So the question, ma'am and sir, what are the anticipated future trends in citizen expectations for government services beyond 2023? Okay, so I think we can have Mr. Pankaj first.
So I think what I would put it is the services need to be proactive, anticipatory. Like you expect Amazon to deliver services or recommend you sort of say products that you should be buying because they are out of your grocery or kitchen, right? So that's how government needs to go towards that level. They need to be frictionless. We heard a little bit about in service the issues with payments or issues with navigating website and other things. They should be like as good as like ordering an Uber, right? uh, they also need to be in a way more citizen centric and focus on outcomes. Sometimes government would put their transaction and say we have achieved 98% because you doled out services say to 98% of people, right? But did you achieve the outcomes? If you're trying to achieve outcomes in that sense, okay, we want to move certain people out of the unemployment to employment, so did you actually train them enough so they can move towards services, not just okay, I delivered training to 1,000 people. So more outcome focused, more proactive, and more seamless and frictionless.
All right, thank you, sir. How about Director Saliendres?
Yeah, on my end, I agree with those responses, and I also like to highlight that there's a really a need to bring in an outside-in approach in developing our services and designing and also by the way we deliver our services, it should be defined or the citizens should have uh, a voice in the design and in the delivery of services. That's an outside-in approach. And the second one is that we need to uh, really consider the what's happening in right now. We have many efforts or even in our president, the president of the Philippines, is calling for digital transformation, and I think that will greatly affect the way we deliver our services. Right now, for the businesses or for the business sector, we don't see any. We have lesser face-to-face transaction, and we are shifting now to online transactions. So our government agencies should be ready to address cybersecurity, digital identity, as mentioned. So I think those are the trends that we should be ready for. Thank you.
Yes, Eds, no? We focus on the outcome, especially we focus on our clients and customers. So I think there's another one.
Yes, I think may pahabol po tayo. Any insight po? Any insight on how SUCs can be IPM based in the delivery of quality education po?
Let me read again the question for our speakers. Any insight po on how SUCs or state universities and colleges be IPM based in the delivery of quality education? Thank you.
Yes, this is directed specifically to Miss Nika, to Ma'am Nika. Yes, ma'am. Kindly open the microphone po of Ma'am Nika.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Yeah, actually, we haven't included the state university and colleges in our study. That will be that's the education sector. That will be very interesting. But I think one of the critical things that we need to consider is how we keep the students' records, and how I think that's one of the IT related initiative that when we look into the service attributes that will be applicable for the education sector. So right now we haven't really delved into the service attributes related to the education sector, but let's see, maybe we can include that in succeeding studies. Thank you.
Yes, data speak, and let the wisdom of data speak to us and guide us, right, Eds?
Yes, that is right. And thank you to both of our speakers for addressing all of the questions from our active participants.
That marks the end of our presentations. We extend a heartfelt thank you to all our speakers from both days of the forum. Your presentations have truly inspired our participants to improve government efficiency and effectiveness as we progress into the future of public service delivery. At this point of the program, we will now proceed to the awaited plenary discussion from our distinguished set of panel reactors. Allow me to introduce our moderator for the panel reaction. She is our fellow from the Development Academy of the Philippines, Productivity and Development Center. Let's all welcome Ms. Amor L. Avendaño.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cel, Sir Edmond. Can you hear me well? Okay, palakpakan naman natin ang ating magagaling na mga MCs, Mr. Cel and Sir Edmond, everyone. So, good afternoon, everyone. Kumusta na kayo? Hope you are all energized and having fun learning. Exciting, di ba? Ang gagaling ng mga presentations that we have seen so far. And this is going to be an exciting afternoon. So, I hope you can turn on your camera so we can see you naman, because later there's going to be an engagement with you all. So thank you for joining us today for this critical and exciting plenary discussion on leading the way with quality management to better serve the citizens. We have just concluded 2 excellent presentations on public sector trends by Mr. Pankaj Kishnani and on citizen and business satisfaction by Director Monica Saliendres, and they were so excellent. And now, we are privileged to have with us in our panel 3 experts who will give their thoughts and reactions to these presentations. They're coming from Department of Education, Department of Health, and Department of Transportation, mga in-demand na departments. So, without further ado, let me introduce our first reactor. He is the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Project Development of the Department of Transportation, Assistant Secretary Lionel Credeveles. Sir, you're there na? Mr. Lionel Leo. Okay, I hope I'm pronouncing it
sorry.
right.
Yes, no problem.
Lionel Leo. Mr.
Leo is fine.
Leo. Okay, Mr. Lionel Leo de Velez serves as Assistant Secretary for Planning and Project Development. He was previously a project manager of the North-South Commuter Railway System. ASEC de Velez has been involved in several transportation projects, such as the Regional Airports Public-Private Partnership, or PPP, NAIA PPP, PNR South Long Haul, Mindanao Railway, and Subic-Clark Railway. He joined the Department of Transportation in 2015 after obtaining his BSFS in International Economics from Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service. Let us all warmly welcome Assistant Secretary Lionel Credeveles. Sir Leo?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well? Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you everyone for having me this afternoon. I just want to start with actually reacting to some of the questions and answers. That's exactly what we're trying to do with the Department of Transportation. As mentioned, government collects so much data. For example, the DOTR similarly collects a lot of information already, but what's important is for us to really be able to use it. I think I like the words on iteration and also the feedback loop. That's something we're trying to fix right now with many of our transportation systems, especially when it comes to the feedback loop of our data, the reaction of our citizens. because only then can we really understand what actions to take. Ideally, we're not really reactionary. I think on one of the slides, we really want to move from being reactive to proactive, but even understanding how to be proactive requires understanding what the situation is right now and reacting to that, and trying to guess, making our best guess as to what the future looks like and how to be proactive to accommodate to that. So I like the discussion earlier when it came to the having a feedback loop. I would just like to add that having a very short feedback loop will allow us to iterate faster, to deliver services at a much higher rate, to improve the way we do things. We have a saying internally, it's a better way of doing things. And data for us is basically something that is essential. I think there's a quote out there that everyone likes to use, which is, you can't manage what you can't measure. I'm not sure. I forget if it was in one of the earlier PowerPoints, but essentially that's something we're trying to do right now, is to measure, for example, in our aviation system, what is the processing time? I think maybe compared to the other presentations where it's like a frontline service, we do have that, like maybe an LTO or LTFRB. But one of the things where we're trying to apply these metrics is when it comes to processing airport passengers through our airports. In some of the leading airport hubs, for example, around the world, some of the examples that we would like to emulate, they try to minimize the processing time of passengers from check-in to the immigration to the security check. Why is that? It's because so that the passengers can spend more time at the stores in some of the bigger airports, right? Buying some of the concessions, food and beverages, even shopping at some of the airports. So there's really benefits to doing that here. Same thing with our railway system. Our railway system has improved a lot. MRT3, it's now doing a lot better than a couple of years ago, but that started really measuring how much the current situation was and having targets as to how frequent we want the trains to run and what speeds we need to get there. I'd like also to talk about the comment about outcomes. I very much agree here when it comes to making sure we're focusing on the outcomes rather than just the outputs. I think and this is something we're really trying to shift towards when it comes to, for example, our GAD, our Gender and Development initiatives. We spend so much money trying to improve our transportation systems. GAD is there, but the question is it actually improving the safety of men, or even just the feeling of safety of our female passengers? I was meeting with the Philippine Commission on Women a couple of months ago, and even that basic thing of making the travel experience, making the commute, women feel safe during commutes, is still an outcome that we have yet to achieve, even if we do have these outputs that are required by law, right? We're required to have 5% of our budget going towards GAD initiatives. The question is, are those GAD initiatives, that 5% of DOTR's budget, for example, actually achieving the outcomes that we desire when it comes to making sure our transportation system is safe, or at least feels safe for women? And I want to talk also about one of the comments with regards to having citizens first. I think that's a given for a lot of the agencies. But what was interesting to me in one of the earlier presentations was the preferences. I'm actually curious, for example, on the demographics of the preferences. It showed that, for example, many people still prefer face-to-face. I wonder if there's an age component to that. I'm not sure if there's a breakdown per age as to who prefers face-to-face transactions, whether it's perhaps the younger generation or towards the older generation, or it's still across the board where people still prefer face-to-face transactions. So these are questions I think that would be interesting to look at even further, so that we can kind of tailor fit some of our services and frontline services moving forward. So there, as to what DOTR is doing, just to in the context of that, I just want to it kind of validates what we're doing right now. We're updating, for example, our Prexy. For those of you who are familiar with Prexy, we're updating the metrics as to how the OTR measures our services, our delivery of services across the board. And the presenters, they really made a great case that we need to put citizens first, that we need to use new forms of innovation. The pandemic kind of accelerated that, as mentioned, and there's a big push right now for digitization. So we hope, and we not just hope, we are moving in that direction. It's a given for us that we will digitalize many of our services moving forward. So yeah, thank you to our presenters today. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, ASEC Lionel De Velez. You might want to turn on your camera so we can see you as well.
Unfortunately, I am in transit right now. I can't share my camera. Apologies for that.
But you gave very insightful reflections there, questions that to ponder on. And thank you for sharing what DOTR has been working on to better serve the public. So everyone, let's all give him a virtual round of applause. ASEC Lionel De Velez. So to continue, our second reactor is the Chief of the Performance Monitoring and Strategy Management Division of the Department of Health, Mr. Linsley Jeremiah D. Villarente. Are you around, sir? With a decade of experience in health policy development, Mr. Linsley Jeremiah D. Villarente currently serves as the Chief of the Performance Monitoring and Strategy Management Division at the Department of Health. In this role, he oversees monitoring and evaluation structures essential for the Philippine health sector's universal healthcare goals, fostering a culture of performance accountability. His prior roles include Chief of the Legislative Liaison Division and Technical Team Leader at the Health Policy Development and Planning Bureau. Beyond the DOH, he is a Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Fellows for Health Equity in Washington, D.C., and a lifelong fellow at the Atlantic Institute, Oxford University. Mr. Villarente, who holds a master's in public health from the University of the Philippines, Manila, also teaches at the Development Academy of the Philippines and serves as a Data to Policy Program trainer at the DOH. We are so blessed to have with us this afternoon. Let us all welcome Mr. Linsley Jeremiah D. Villarente. Sir?
Thank you very much, ma'am. So to give some reaction and recommendations, in our context in the Department of Health, we are in a devolved setup. So it means there's a delineation between the roles of the local government and that of the Department of Health here at the national level. This has a tremendous effect on the overall health sector performance. If you've been reading about health sector performance of the Philippines, it has been mixed. So there are indicators or commitments that we are able to deliver, and most that we are not able to deliver. There is an issue with quality. That's something that we're looking at. An example would be the presence of high maternal deaths in the Philippine health system, in spite of very high facility-based delivery, skilled birth attendant. In other countries, if these intermediate outcomes improve, maternal mortality declines. In the Philippines, while these improve, maternal mortality still increases. So this signals really a need to look into quality. So we're looking at quality in the dimensions of health systems building blocks. So what are these? These are 6. No? Number 1 is on service delivery. Exactly. We look at the quality of our providers. Are they abreast with the latest technologies, with the protocols? Do they know what would ensure safety and effectiveness of the treatments, procedures, etc.? We also look into the quality of the experience of the Filipinos when they are in access of services. Do they wait? So I was looking at the information about waiting time earlier. That's something that's important to us, no? There's also the perception of dignity, confidentiality, etc. All of this is something that contributes to these health outcomes. So that's service delivery. Another major building block of the health system is human resources for health. So this talks about our human resources, which is essentially the driver of our health system. These are doctors, our nurses, our midwives. Number one question is, are they sufficient? Because with the reality we have right now, we have low numbers of doctors, of nurses available for the sector relative to the population that we have. Are they able to provide quality service in spite of all of this tremendous proportion of patients asking for their service? So we look into, as government, the quality by which we address these gaps in human resources for health. The third, we look at health financing. Are we really investing at the right interventions? And given earlier that I talked about we are in a devolved setup, are the LGUs really funding what they're supposed to fund? That's a quality question that we have as well. Do they really, in the local government code, they're supposed to be in charge of primary care? How's primary care happening in the Philippines? So we know that by data, there is a third of all of these confinements. There's a study by Pitts saying that a third of all of these confinements would have been prevented if we have a very good primary care service delivery. And that's the main mandate of our local governments. So that's a reflection of financing, no? And is there really effective procurement, public financial management in the sector? So from the planning to the procurement to the actual delivery of all of these goods and services. We also look at the quality of our governance. This is important because we're devolved. So we can only do as much for the entire sector. So there needs to be a way to manage performance of all of these stakeholders. Of course, major are the local governments. So we're thankful for the likes of the seal of good local governance, which is very effective in enabling our local governments really refocus their resources and energies for the outcomes that we're looking for. We also develop scorecards for international health partners because they're here to help us. And so we develop a mechanism to measure their alignment to where we actually need them. So that's a way for getting their support as we need it. So a thing that we're looking at for governance is incentives. How do we incentivize LGUs to really perform more so that they give us the outcome that we really need for the Philippines? Another building block is regulation. In the Philippine health sector, a problem is really spending, right? If we get sick, it's so stressful because we know it's either we go to the public sector where there may be a line, most likely there will be a line, or you go to the private sector. There they may not be aligned, but you will have to pay. And that's very impoverishing. It's very inefficient. So for regulation, there is this need to implement certain provisions of our universal healthcare law, like are the hospitals really allocating charity beds as required by the law? Another thing that we have to look at is price regulation. Is there a mechanism to control the prices dictated by the private sector, like professional fees, like the prices of devices, technologies for health? So these are areas that we have to look into as well. And what's a quality regulation? That's essentially the question. And finally, we also look at determinants of health. This is important because our health outcomes actually is dictated mostly by things outside the health sector. So these are your education, this is your wage, this is your where you live, where you work, etc. So we have to, what's a quality intervention that addresses social determinants of health? So we really have to work with the education sector, with the employment sector, with the environmental sector, because all of these has an effect on our health outcomes. So right now, we are in a transition. We're changing the framing of quality in the health sector. That this is not, in health, when you talk to a doctor or to a nurse, quality is when your patient gets well, if they don't get any complication. But in government for health, in governance for health, this is also about addressing the systems. There should be quality in the way we plan, the way we finance, the way we regulate, etc. So this is a shift we're trying to put emphasis on as well. So thank you very much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to speak po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindsay Villarente. It's so heartening to know that at the DOH, you have a framework, the 6 building blocks, to institutionalize quality in your public service delivery. Napaka-critical po ng DOH, especially during this pandemic. And in behalf of the Filipinos, probably, I'd like to thank you all the frontliners who have been selflessly serving the public. So palakpakan po natin, everyone, Mr. Lindsay Villarente. Our last but not the least actor is Mr. Adolfo Andy Nisperos, Administrative Officer 5 of the Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development of the Department of Education. Mr. Andy Nisperos is an educator for more than 20 years, teaching in both public and private schools. He is currently the program focal of the Quality Management System in DepEd, whose main goal is to establish, implement, and sustain the QMS, not only in the central office, but also to the regional offices, division offices, and schools, making the One DepEd, One QMS journey a reality. Let us all welcome our panel reactor from DepEd, Mr. Adolfo Andy Nisperos Jr. Sir, are you there? There. Sir, can you please unmute yourself? Can we just assist Mr. Nisperos to unmute himself, please? In the meantime, may we request all of the participants to be ready with their feedback, questions, reactions to the presentation so far, as we wait for Sir Andy to be unmuted. Ayan. Go ahead, sir. Thank you very much. Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me po?
Loud and clear, sir.
Yes,
Go ahead.
ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone. No, first and foremost po, I'd like to congratulate and thank the speakers for today for sharing their productivity strategies and best practices. No, there were several things that I learned from the sharing of the different organizations, which can be looked into or even adopted with other organizations. No, to improve public service delivery. And there are 4 things that I'd like to share. Most probably, we can think about it. No, so number 1 is the use of the holistic approach in addressing the productivity, effectiveness, and efficiency. No, this can be clearly seen in the presentation of the Malaysia Productivity Corporation, wherein the productivity framework was done and productivity was defined. It also followed the process approach, which is emphasized in the ISO 9001:2015 standards. During the presentation, emphasis was also given on the importance of the integration of the quality management system to the different government institutions. No? Highlighted also was the academy industry collaboration. The second thing that I was able to get from all the presentations was the use and maximization of the technology to better serve our clients and stakeholders. This has been exemplified by the presentations of LGU Baguio and DOST-ITDI. Baguio in My Pocket is a great innovation which integrates all systems for better public service. Electronic budgeting, procurement, inventory, and monitoring system enables faster tracking and monitoring of budget and purchases. The use of the Build Pass ensures that the construction permits are granted at a much faster pace. The use of e-payment, online customer portal, ticketing, and file server portals of the DOST-ITDI has made the processes and services more client-centric. In fact, their tagline, inspired by technology driven by innovation, this exemplifies what we can do and adopt to improve our public service delivery. The third thing that most probably can get from all of the presentations earlier is the adoption of QMS and how it helps improve processes leading to a better service delivery and improve client satisfaction. From the presentations, achieving improved service delivery did not happen overnight. The common denominator among the presentations today is the QMS journey that they undertook with regard to their improving their processes with the goal of better serving their clients. The process may be long and even tedious, but they are now reaping the fruits of their labor. Lastly, there is a need for a change in mindset and direction. One of the things that Deloitte focused on in their presentation is tailored public service delivery and end-to-end justice. Having a one-size-fits-all government services might not be beneficial to everyone, and in fact might even be disadvantageous to some. Thus, the need for tailored public service. Also, there's a shift from service delivery from traditional to live event-based, focusing on citizens instead of agency, being proactive rather than reactive, and having an integrated approach rather than working in silos. End-to-end justice, on the other hand, falls on collaboration and resource sharing with businesses and communities. What we have to keep in mind here is the statement in the last slide presented, which is government which should serve the needs of the citizens and not the government itself. All of these four things that I mentioned are the things that we're also focusing here in the Department of Education, which is basically the largest agency in the government. We're trying to harmonize and standardize the processes and services across all offices, horizontally and vertically, from the central office to the regional offices wherein there are 16 of them, to the school division offices wherein there are 228 of them, so that we can better serve our schools, which is around 47,000 schools nationwide, particularly to our learners. So the focus of all our efforts in the quality management system is to ensure that the quality learning is taking place and that the only concern of the teachers and the students is the teaching and learning process. Hopefully, in due time, we will be able to achieve our goal. These are some of the realizations and thoughts that we might want to accept and undertake in order for us to be able to improve public service delivery that will result in better client satisfaction. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Sir Andy Nisperos. We look forward to seeing an even stronger DepEd so that we can have better students, especially when they graduate, so they can contribute to the country's productivity. So again, thank you very much, Mr. Andy Nisperos, for sharing with us your insights on the presentations. Please give him a virtual round of applause. Those are truly excellent sharings from all our panel reactors. We know that your departments are among those in demand among the citizenry, especially these days. So again, thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Lionel Credevalas of the Department of Transportation, Chief Linsley Jeremiah Villarente of Department of Health, and Mr. Adolfo Nisperos Jr. of the Department of Education. For sure, our participants are eager to share their insights also. So we now come to the second part of the panel discussion, and this time, it's time to listen to your voice now. Yes, kayong mga nasa participants. So ready na ba kayo? You might want to turn on your cameras so we can see you. May we ask you 2 questions? And don't worry, these are just easy questions. Kayang-kaya. So game na? You may write your reactions and responses in the chat boxes in YouTube or Zoom. You may also indicate what city or province you are from. So, here's question number 1. Madali lang to. What did you learn from our speakers and reactors? What are your key takeaways or bright ideas gained? Any reaction you would like to share? So, can we see sa chat box, or you can raise your hand para we can call on you? Mahina lang kalaban. There are more than 1,000 of you, so I'll seek help from the team. Okay, just to start the ball rolling, I will call a fellow Dapper to share her insights. Maybe call on Miss Margaret Reyes from the Productivity and Quality Training Office. Are you there, Miss Marge?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here and I'm very happy to share my insights and my reactions for yesterday's and today's activity. I feel so proud to be a government employee. Nakakatuwa po dahil lahat po ng pinresent po kahapon makes me proud as a government employee na gumagawa po ng innovation at tinatry po ibigay ang best para po sa ating mga public. And we are very proud po. As a Dapper po, I'm very proud to be part of this endeavor po. And we are proud din po dahil hindi po kami tumitigil ibigay ang best, ibigay ang nararapat sa ating mga public. At alam ko po na hindi po tayo titigil. Lahat po tayo ay gagawa ng ating small ways to improve and make our the citizen feel what they deserve to feel pag napunta po tayo sa government o saan mang government institution. Thank you very much for hearing me out, ma'am. And I hope po na my fellow Dappers also feel the same way. Nakaka-proud sa mga nakikita nating endeavors at innovations ng ating mga government. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Miss Marge. Palakpakan naman natin. So, as a 1-week-old Dapper myself, nakaka-proud talaga. This is the first time I'm attending a summit like this. And sobra akong namangha and natuwa and na-excite na ang gagaling pala ng mga taga-gobyerno. It's so wonderful to see that yung mga TQM na inaral namin, in-implement namin nung araw in my previous company, buhay na buhay sa pamahalaan. So kudos to everyone. So, maybe to proceed, can we acknowledge all the participants from Mindanao? Gawin natin itong by region. So, lahat ng mga taga Mindanao represent. Magparamdam naman kayo. Can you put down sa chat box saan kayo sa Mindanao para we can call on one of you to share your feedback as well. So, alam ko merong mga taga Davao, Sukat Kudarat, Zamboanga, Northern Mindanao. So, sino-sino mga taga Mindanao would like to share his feedback? Ayan, see? Miss Gina Molejon from Davao. Hello. Anyone else? And you can turn on your camera or just raise your hand to be acknowledged if you'd like to share any reaction. Exciting to, di ba? Okay lang. Taga Davao pa rin. Sige, Miss Gina, would you like to share your feedback? You want to turn on your camera and your microphone? Ayun, meron sa South Cotabato, si Miss Naomi Braga. So anyone would like to share your reaction, anything, insight on what we've been doing so far before I move on to the more exciting question number 2. So anyone from Davao or from Mindanao? Anyway, there's a comment here. Quality is doing things right the first time and doing the right thing when no one else is watching. Talk about quality and talk about integrity. That's so important. Maraming salamat, Ms. Rosalina Kasaklang. Palakpakan naman natin siya. Okay, anyone else would like to share? From Samar. So let's go now to Vibrant Visayas. I saw some representatives from Cebu, Samar, Bohol, Western Visayas, and kung nasan yung mga kamag-anak ko sa Javier, hello to you all. So, sinong gusto mag-share? I can see here Miss Lisa Legitimas from LGU Calbayog City, Samar. So let me just read. Data-driven innovations by leveraging technology to streamline government transactions, systems and processes, achieve customer satisfaction is possible and doable. Tama, di ba? Basta sama-sama, kayang-kaya, importante nga, as they said, the mindset, the political will, the willingness to really implement changes. And it all starts from listening sa ating mga customers or the public. Very good insight. Thank you very much, Miss Lisa. Any other insight? How about yung mga taga-NCR or taga mga Luzon? I saw here people from Batangas, Tarlac, Marikina, Isabela. I'm sure mas marami pa kayo. So, let me call on gumagalaw. So, from the House of Representatives, Sir Michael Publiko, he said, collaboration and resource sharing, we are better when we work together. Thank you very much, Representative Michael Publiko of the House of Representatives. So palakpakan naman natin lahat. Just keep on commenting down below. So we'll get to read all of those eventually and consolidate all of those. But for now, let's move on to the second question. Ito, exciting to. How can those in the public sector improve the quality of their service so we can have happier citizens? Ano ang maaring gawin ng ating mga nasa iba't ibang sangay ng gobyerno para mas maging masaya ang mga mamamayan sa serbisyo nito? So game, siguro maganda mapakinggan yung mga taga-private sector din, di ba? I understand we have participants from the private sector. Or kayo rin naman, you're also customers ng ibang government agencies. So let's hear from who'd like to be the first. Okay, I saw here. Can we call on Ms. Rica Bustamante? Ms. Rica, what was the last transaction that you had with the government? So anong maaring gawin natin to improve public service? Are you there?
Hello, Miss Amor. Hello, Miss Amor. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can see
Well,
you.
I'd like to greet to our participants. Buenos dias a todos. Maayong adlaw kaninyong tanan. Assalamu alaikum. And naimbag nga aldaw. This is very candid. Again, Miss Amor, my recent interaction with the government was with the Civil Service Commission, and it involved a personal matter. Actually, it was a request to revert my name in government records from my married name to my maiden name. And actually, I commend the Civil Service Commission for their responsiveness because they acknowledged my email request promptly and provided feedback whenever I required. And take note, ma'am, I only made the request through email and submitted all e-copies of my original documents. And however, the time it's taken to receive the official response has been quite lengthy, and until this day, I'm still waiting for the final word. And having listened to this two-day forum, I believe most government agencies are genuinely striving to be responsive to the needs of the Filipino people. And this is evident in their pursuit of ISO 9001:2015 quality management systems. Like 80 or 90% na po yata ng government have acquired ISO certification. Yet despite these efforts, certain uncontrollable factors ang tinatawag nga po natin kasi hindi nga po talaga natin makontrol, no matter how in place na po yung mga systems natin in government are already, because sometimes there are still delays in the processes. But nevertheless, I appreciate the government's digital initiatives, which allow us to submit requests online without having the need for physical visits to government offices. And these advancements make government services more accessible to the public. Kasi nga po sabi ko ma'am, yung pag-transact ko with the civil service was done digitally lang po lahat through email. And today's speaker, Mr. Pankaj Kishnani on citizen-centric governments, sabi niya nga po, our services should prioritize equity, efficiency, and ano pa nga ba yung isa? Offer positive experience for all, yung transacting public. And I think the best practice presentation showcased during the forum yesterday underscores the government's commendable efforts to elevate public service delivery. However, for improvement po, kasi iba't iba po ang mga serbisyo na binibigay ng bawat government agency, I just think that there's a need for policy and regulation harmonization po across government agencies para po seamless na po eventually, although we are already in that stage, and particularly among those providing similar services to ensure consistency in the implementation. And I think, ma'am, personally, ang dapat po natin gawin is just to continue to trust the efforts of our government, because our continued trust will surely boost yung moral ng ating mga lingkod bayan, katulad po natin. And I think 80% na nandito sa forum are mga lingkod bayan. And let's all give ourselves a big warm round of applause for that. So those are my honest to goodness thoughts, ma'am, na nandun na po tayo, konti na lang po, because we know that there will never be a perfect government. Okay, ma'am. Yun lang po, ma'am. Thank you and good day po sa lahat.
Muchas gracias, Miss Rica Bustamante.
No hay de qué, ma'am.
Okay, I see other suggestions here from Miss Presi Cristobal. She said, the speakers and the actors shared very informative presentation. As a public servant, do not stop innovating to provide good quality of work. So that holds true for all of us. From PNPA, Jose Marie Hasmin, do not include personal intention to serve and deliver basic services to the public. Make it a passion. In the chat box, I saw here GBPR BJMP at the Gupan City Jail. He said, never stop doing little things. Sometimes those little things occupy the biggest part of their clients' hearts. So totoo, di ba? Kuminsan, yung mga little things, they really mean a lot. So for example, yung mga, I went to one of the agencies, napansin ko lang, in many agencies, may mga queuing system na tayo, automated queuing system, kahit na manual queuing system is fine. But I noticed this big agency that caters to all Filipinos, where their queuing system is talagang mano-mano pa, as in, you go from one chair to another, para bang musical chair. So, pwede bang gawin natin sa buong gobyerno na wala nang ganon na musical chair na pila, kundi merong numbering system, just from my end lang. And then here, MMSU, KS Miguel, he said, streamlining our processes to avoid wasting their time and effort and ensuring that we give them the best service while they are in our offices will surely be one way of lifting their confidence in government service. QMS in the government gives them confidence that their needs are well taken care of and their voices are heard. Indulging innovations and technology makes transactions faster and swifter, and making processes interface-friendly for our clients makes government service an enjoyable experience for all. I really like that. Na sana we get to enjoy our experience when we go to the different agencies, not just in government, but also in private. There's also, by the way, if there's anyone raising her hand, just go ahead. But in the meantime, let me read what's on the comments. From LGU Iloilo City, Miss Mary Joanne Montano Palyada, she said, active participation of CSOs, NGOs, citizens in policy making and program implementation will really help a lot. So we are running out of time. Maybe we can call on one more. It says here from Mr. James N. Besinga, he said, customer service is important training to be revisited at least twice a year. Regardless of the service provided, these government employees have a better understanding of the definition of customer service. And true customer comes first. May humabol pa from Sir Eugene. As public servant then, I would always ask myself, kung ako ang tatanggap ng serbisyong binigay ko sa client ko, mabibigyan ko kaya ng excellent rating yung ginagawa ko? Ang pagbabago nagsisimula sa sarili. Wow, I'm having goosebumps. Palakpakan naman natin. Napakaganda ng mga comments, suggestions, and reactions ninyo. Very interesting discussion indeed. So for those whose comments we were not able to read, we will continue to gather your responses because we really would like to hear from you all. So do keep sharing in the chat box or comment section in Facebook and YouTube. It would be so exciting to see all your bright ideas implemented, right? So for a better Philippines, you all deserve to give yourselves a loud applause. So palakpakan niyo naman yung mga sarili ninyo. Nakaka-proud talaga. Pawa ko sa lahat ng nagseserbisyo sa publiko. Maraming salamat sa inyo. We now go to the last part of this panel discussion. Now that we have heard from both our panelists and audience participants, let us synthesize the key themes that emerged during the discussions. Earlier, Mr. Pankaj Kishnani delivered a very enlightening presentation on public sector trends. He talked about governments tearing down walls to deliver customer-centric solutions and rebuilding trust. He talked about shifting from traditional service delivery to live event-based service delivery. And he cited the case of UK's Tell Us Once program, which shows government being proactive, not reactive, and truly being citizenry-focused. Truly, so much would change once focus shifts from the agency to the citizens. Director Monica Saliendra showed the importance of listening to the voice of the customers, businesses, and citizens alike. Knowing what are important to the citizens would allow us to tailor-fit our service delivery to meet their specific needs and expectations. So it is also important that we, the citizens, give real, actionable feedback so public service may continually improve to become vibrant, efficient, and citizen-centric. Our panelists and various speakers highlighted that the integration of quality management systems is a key factor in enhancing government efficiency and effectiveness. Productivity is what will enable us to compete as a nation against other countries. We shouldn't be complacent. In effect, let's treat our country like a company also that competes with other companies. In our case, we're a country competing with other countries. So to do that, we need to have quality and productivity, which are the keys to greater competitiveness. So thank you to you all for your commitment to improving quality and productivity. Lastly, collaboration among public and private sectors and the importance of clear communication have been emphasized to deliver integrated services. These elements are crucial in fostering comprehensive and transparent public service delivery. Hopefully, with government and private institutions adhering to higher quality standards and innovating together, we would be able to level up the quality of public service para sa matatag, maginhawa, at mapanatag na bukas para sa lahat. To conclude, our discussion has underscored the multifaceted nature of improving public service delivery. As DAP President Engelbert Caronan Jr. said yesterday, let us chart a course toward a future where quality service is an intrinsic way of life. normal na nagbibigay tayo ng magandang serbisyo. So we hope that the ripples we created here would inspire more discussions among you and your teams so we may all forge forward and aspire to give the Filipinos the excellent service we all deserve. Dahil sa Pilipinas, bida dapat ang Pilipino. Maraming salamat again to our panel reactors and our participants. Let's give one and all a warm round of virtual applause. Pakipusuan naman. Thank you very much.
Once again, we express our gratitude to all our panelists, presenters, and our moderator, Ms. Amor, for providing informative and engaging discussions during this forum. Undoubtedly, our participants have gained valuable insights that they can bring back to their respective organizations. At this point of the forum, we would like to present the Certificate of Appreciation to the guest speakers and panel reactors. The certificate reads as follows. The Development Academy of the Philippines awards the Certificate of Appreciation to the speakers, panel reactors, and judges for their invaluable contribution to the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum and Government Best Practice Recognition, Psqpif and Gbpr 2023, given this 24th day of November 2023, signed Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., MNSA, President and Chief Executive Officer, Development Academy of the Philippines, and member, GQMC. May we call on our esteemed speakers, Mr. Pankaj Kishnani, also Ms. Monica D. Saliendres, now, may we call on our esteemed panel reactors, Assistant Secretary Leonel Cray P. De Velez, Mr. Lindsay Jeremiah D. Villarante, and Mr. Adolfo Andy Nisperos. We would also like to provide the certificates to the esteemed GBPR judges, Assistant Secretary Clarito L. Magsino, and to Director Raymond C. Tan. Our heartfelt gratitude to all of our speakers and panel reactors for their valuable time and expertise shared in this forum.
May I now invite everyone here in Zoom to please turn on your camera for a brief photo opportunity with the speakers and panel reactors. On your cue to our Zoom ushers.
Hello, good afternoon. Kindly turn on your webcams, please. I can see that there are still some who have not opened their cameras. How about our esteemed guests? Okay. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, please smile. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. One more, please. 1, 2, 3, smile. One more. Just a few more. Please bear with me. Just a few more seconds. Thank you for your patience. All right, thank you.
We now come to the much-awaited Government Best Practice Recognition Ceremony. We can feel the excitement in the air as we prepare to announce the well-deserved recipients. May we call on the Senior Vice President for Programs of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Ms. Magdalena L. Mendoza, who will give her congratulatory message and closing remarks before her announcements of the recipients. A virtual round of applause for SVP Mendoza.
To our distinguished GQMC officials, our government best practice finalists, conference speakers, participants, and guests, good afternoon. As we draw to a close the GQMP Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum and the Government Best Practice Recognition for fiscal year 2023, allow me to congratulate and express our sincerest affirmation to the Government Quality Management Program for this very successful forum and to its prime movers, the Development Academy of the Philippines, the Department of Budget and Management, the Department of the Interior and Local Government, the Department of Trade and Industry, and the Office of the President for leading the way with quality management to better serve the Filipino people. I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our renowned speakers and judges, starting from Secretary Amena Pangandaman of the Department of Budget and Management, President Engelbert Caronan Jr. of the Development Academy of the Philippines, DBM Assistant Secretary Clarito Magsino and Engineer Raymond Tan, who served as GPBR judges, Dr. Muhammad Nurjayadi Tamam of the Malaysia Productivity Corporation, Mr. Pankaj Kisnani of the Deloitte Center for Government Insight, Dr. Annabel Briones of the Department of Science and Technology, Attorney Leticia Clemente of the City Government of Baguio, Director Monica Saliendres of the Development Academy of the Philippines, and of course, our esteemed panel members, DOTR Assistant Secretary Lionel Cray de Velez, Mr. Lindsley Jeremiah Villarante of the Department of Health, Mr. Adolfo Nisperos of the Department of Education, and other distinguished speakers. Our expedition during the past 2 days on the topics of public service excellence, government best practice, citizen-centered service delivery, and on leveraging technology for smarter QMS has been nothing short of insightful and transformative. Let me summarize our 5 takeaways from this forum. Firstly, on the Government Management Program. The remarkable achievements of the Government Quality Management Program stand as a beacon of hope in the face of challenges that ripple through the public sector. As governments worldwide navigate the complexities of delivering services amidst crisis, the resilience and impact of a robust QMS emerge as a valuable strategy, reminding us that our efforts matter and that they make a difference. Secondly, on the QMS challenges and opportunities. In the face of emerging challenges, the digital revolution, cyber security threats, and the ever-changing global landscape, the quality management system is not just a solution. It is a guiding light on how we and our systems can be resilient. The certification of our QMS to ISO standards is the bedrock upon which we can build a public sector that is both adaptive, predictable, and responsive to the needs of our citizens. Thirdly, on government best practice. The best practices shared in this forum demonstrate the power of innovative thinking and dedication to public service. The practices presented underscore our collective strength in confronting complex situations head-on and delivering efficient and effective public services despite any situation. Congratulations to the GPBR finalists, and congratulations also in advance and best wishes to the recipients of the GPBR 2023. Your achievements and practices are commendable, and we look forward to celebrating your success in the upcoming awards ceremony. On the fourth item, the voice of the customer. The voice of the citizens and the businesses matter. To excel in public service delivery means to be attuned to the real-time feedback and using that feedback as basis to design services that not only meet the minimum standards but exceed expectations. Let us remember that our service is not just about transactions and simple interactions. It is about relationships and trust. And finally, on charting the GQMP's path forward, as we embark on a journey where sustainability, resilience, innovation, and transformation take center stage, the path forward of the Government Quality Management Program aligns perfectly with our Philippine Development Plan for 2023 to 2028 and our fast-changing environment. The GQMP roadmap underscores our readiness to create a quality public sector that is agile and forward-looking. As they say, the road to excellence is paved with many stony challenges that demand focus. Balancing the tradition that often ground us with innovation that can propel us forward, and also anticipating the evolving needs of the people. And therefore, let us all stand as stalwarts and champions of quality public service, as drivers and movers of innovation and transformation of our institutions. To our project team and the GQMP Secretariat, thank you for a job well done and all the hard work in organizing this forum. To our participants, thank you all for your very active engagement and your unwavering commitment. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, SVP Mendoza. Let us give her a virtual round of applause. We will not keep you in excitement any longer. Allow me to read the Certificate of Recognition. The Development Academy of the Philippines presents the Certificate of Recognition to Government Best Practice Recipient 2023 for sharing the agency's tireless efforts in elevating the government standard of service delivery and innovative responses to challenges, given this 24th day of November 2023 via Zoom meeting, signed by Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., President and Chief Executive Officer of the Development Academy of the Philippines. All the GBPR recipients 2023 will be receiving a certificate of recognition and trophy. To announce the GBPR recipients in alphabetical order, we would like to request SVP Mendoza to do the honors. The first recipient of the Government Best Practice Recognition 2023 is SVP Mendoza.
The recipient is the City Government of Quezon City Business Permits and Licensing Department for its best practice entitled QC Delivers Automated Document Delivery System.
Congratulations! Let's hear the acceptance speech from the agency.
A pleasant day to everyone. It is my pleasure to receive this award on behalf of the hardworking and innovative employees of the Department of Building Official of the Local Government of Quezon City. Since 2019, it has always been our vision to introduce initiatives that will streamline and improve the services we provide to our constituents. This recognition is a nod to the dedication of the city government in its continuous bid for development, innovation, and better service delivery. We believe that our QC Build Easy is one of the best practices that other cities can replicate. This is our contribution in building a prosperous and progressive nation. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Development Academy of the Philippines for this recognition. I share this award with all the people behind the scenes, the employees of the Department of Building Official, and the city government, and of course, to our Q citizens for their unwavering support. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Please give the City Government of Quezon City Business Permits and Licensing Office a virtual round of applause. For the agency staff with us right now, we will have a quick photo opportunity with SVP Mendoza. If you are from the recipient agency, kindly open your video function while we turn off the video of all the other participants. To our Zoom ushers, on your cue, please.
Hello, good afternoon. May we request our recipient from the QC Government, the Business Permits and Licensing Department, to turn on your webcams, please. Do we have your webcams turned on? Okay, do we have others po? Okay. So do we only have two who have their cameras turned on? Okay. All right, let me, on the count of three, please give me your warmest smile, your warmest winning smile. On the count of three, 1, 2, 3. Hold on, one moment, please. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you very much.
The next recipient of the Government Best Practice Recognition 2023 is SVP Mendoza.
The second recipient is the City Government of Quezon City Department of Building Official for its best practice entitled QC Build Easy, an organized approach in building regulation. Congratulations.
Congratulations, and let's hear the acceptance speech from the agency.
A pleasant day to all. It It is with great humility, but also with overwhelming pride, that I accept this award on behalf of the people of Quezon City. As the city with the most number of registered businesses in the country, we always strive to meet the needs of our business owners with an aim to be the preferred business destination in the country. The QC Delivers automated document delivery system is a true testament to the city's commitment to promote good governance and transparency in delivering responsive, efficient, and cost-effective services. This would not have been possible without the hard work of the Business Permits and Licensing Department and the continued trust of our beloved Q citizens. We would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Development Academy of the Philippines for giving us numerous opportunities to echo the voices of our constituents and learn from the best practices of all the other government agencies enjoying in this platform. May this award be a confirmation that there is value in building honest, citizen-centric, and data-driven programs for a more resilient nation. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Please give the City Government of Quezon City, Department of Building Officials or QC DBO, a virtual round of applause. For the agency staff with us right now, we will have a quick photo opportunity with SVP Mendoza. Similar to the previous recipient, if you are from the recipient agency, please open your video function while we turn off the video of all the other participants. To our Zoom ushers, on your cue, please.
Good afternoon again. May we please ask our second recipient to turn on their webcams, please? Do give me an indication. QC, DBO. Ma'am Reinhardt, are we here?
Mute.
Okay.
Yes, we're here po. Thank you very much for this
Reinhardt.
opportunity. Thank you very much.
Okay. Ma'am?
Yes, we're here.
Attorney Reinhardt.
Yes, we're here, ma'am. We're here.
Attorney Reinhardt. Ma'am, could you kindly unmute po?
We're not on mute po.
Ma'am, let us know po if you are here.
Naka-all caps ka.
Hindi na tayo nakikita.
Hindi tayo nakikita. Hello. We're
There
here.
you go.
Hi,
Hello,
good
ma'am.
afternoon. Hi. Hindi po kayo makita sa screen.
Ayun. Hello.
Hi.
Beautiful smiles from QC
Yes.
DBO. On the count
Very
of three, please give me your warmest winning smile. On
Yes.
1, 2, 3, smile. All right, one more, please.
Wala,
Thank you
nakamute
so
na isang
much.
camera.
Congratulations.
Isang ano, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Nice, nice.
One more recipient of the Government Best Practice Recognition 2023 is SVP Mendoza.
So the third recipient is none other than the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Supply and Property Management Office for its best practice entitled Development of the Property Accountability Records and Disposal System or PARDS portal and QR code mobile scanner for inventory of property, plant and equipment, and semi-expendable properties. Congratulations.
Congratulations, and let's watch the acceptance speech from the agency.
As Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and on behalf of our Supply and Property Management Office, or SPMO, and the rest of the UP Diliman community, we thank the Development Academy of the Philippines for awarding the GBPR 2023 to the UP Diliman SPMO for its PARDS portal. For a very large organization such as UP Diliman, our SPMO's PARDS portal has truly increased the efficiency and accuracy of our property management processes through digitalization. The UP Diliman community has been very appreciative of this much-needed innovation, which is why we are very happy that our SPMO has been recognized by our peers in government for its groundbreaking work. Winning the GBPR is truly a great honor, and this award will inspire our SPMO and the rest of UP Diliman to further improve our work and processes so that we can better serve our constituents and stakeholders. Muli, maraming salamat po sa pagkilala at karangalan ito.
Please give the University of the Philippines Diliman Supply and Property Management Office, or SPMO, a virtual round of applause. Again, for the agency staff with us right now, we will have a quick photo opportunity with SVP Mendoza. Similar to the previous recipient, if you are from the recipient agency, please open your video function. And for those other participants, please turn off your camera while we do a photo opportunity with the GBPR 2023 recipient. To our Zoom ushers, on your cue, please.
Hello, University of the Philippines Diliman. May we request that you turn on your cameras? But I do believe we have a very enthusiastic group of people who have their cameras turned on. Ma'am Dimfna, how about Ma'am Rachel Locsin? Sir Ronel and Sir Arnel Andaya? Do we have your cameras, please? Okay, one moment, please. Okay, one moment, please. I think we're having technical difficulties. One moment, please. Ma'am Dimfna. And okay. Ma'am Dimfna. I think they're experiencing technical difficulties. Anyone from the UP who would kindly open or turn on your webcams, please? Sir Arnel, Sir Ronel, Ma'am Rachel, Sir Eric Puruganan. I think their cameras. Yes. All right, let's wait for a few more moments. We do apologize for that. Okay. Okay, one moment, please. There you go. Ma'am Dimfna, are we here? Okay. Do we have anyone else from the UPD who would like to turn on their webcams?
Yes.
The count of three. 1, 2, 3, smile. One more, please. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Congratulations to all the GBPR 2023 recipient. Thank you, SVP Mendoza. And to document this momentous celebration of the GBPR 2023 recipient, let's have 3 photo opportunities with the judges, with the steering committee, and with the participants. Let us take the photo with the winners, the AP officers, and the judges. Please open all your cameras and show your winning smile.
Hello again, everyone. All right, let me just check if we have all our webcams turned on. Okay, on the second one, we all have their cameras turned on. All right, just give me a few seconds. One moment, please, so you know the drill. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, smile, and then I will all take your picture. Okay, ready? Ready? All right. All right. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, smile. Just a few more seconds. One moment, please. All right. Thank you.
Next is the recipient and the steering committee. Kindly open your cameras if you are still here. Let us have your photo opportunity.
Hello. Let's do this again. Kindly turn on your webcams. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Just a few more seconds. Hold on. I think the others are still turning on their cameras. Let's give them a few seconds. All right. I think there's still more who are turning them on. Give me your best winning Psqpif GBPR 2023 smile. All right. One moment, please. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, the last photo opportunity is with the recipient and all the participants. Kindly open your cameras, everyone, and give us your brightest smile.
Okay, one moment. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Few more seconds. All right, thank you.
Again, congratulations to all the GBPR 2023 recipients. To the applicants, thank you for sending your best practice entries. The judges definitely had a hard time deciding.
At this point, let us now proceed to the closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you have all enjoyed attending the Psqpif and GBPR 2023 for these 2 days. May you have learned valuable information from our sharings and be able to apply it to your organizations and agencies.
We greatly appreciate that we have reached more than 1,000 participants with an audience combined from Zoom and YouTube. Wala pong bumitaw sa inyong lahat since yesterday.
A reminder to everyone, kindly fill out the Google Form attendance sheet at the link shown on screen. Our team has also shared it in the chat box for your easy access. The information you provide in the attendance form will serve as the basis for the details in your electronic certificate of attendance. Please provide us some time to process your electronic certificates. It will only be issued to participants who have logged their attendance and filled out the evaluation forms. Here are the links to the forms. Also, in compliance with ARTA requirements, kindly fill out the DAP Customer Satisfaction Measurement or CSM. To reiterate the clarification on the Customer Satisfaction Measurement, to ensure accurate feedback, we kindly request you to identify yourselves as external clients of the Development Academy of the Philippines as a forum participant. Your valuable insights will contribute significantly to our commitment to quality service.
Watch out for more upcoming free webinars and sharing sessions from the DAP. Please visit us on our website and like, follow, and subscribe on our Facebook page and YouTube channel to stay updated. Take note that we will upload all the materials in the public view-only Google Drive folder we shared earlier. All files will be available to further your learning. At mula po sa Development Academy of the Philippines, Productivity and Development Center at sa lahat po ng bumuo ng Psqpif and GBPR 2023, maraming salamat po sa Zoom and YouTube participants. Hanggang sa muli, see you next year!
Isang bandila sa mahusay na uri ng trabaho. Maraming nagagawang produkto, binhing itatanim sa ating mga puso, tutubo't lalaki at lalago. Kapag ang puno ay matibay, mga sangay mayabong at malabay, hitik sa mga bunga ng ating paglikha, biyaya ng sipag at tiyaga. Mabuhay ka, mabuhay ka, mahusay at marami kang nagagawa. Mabuhay ka at mabuhay rin ang ating adhika, paunlarin itong bansa. Magbuhat sa iba't ibang larangan, karunungan at wastong pamamaraan, mula sa kanayunan hanggang kanunsuran, isulong ang ating kaunlaran. Mabuhay ka, mabuhay ka, mahusay at marami kang nagagawa. Mabuhay ka at mabuhay rin ang ating adhika, paunlarin itong bansa.